not my sin. My education is sinful if I don't bring it back and do something in my nation.
Prince Malik, thank you very much for the points that you have raised. But you and your team may need to go back and do some more research, because you claimed a moment ago that the curriculum has remained static from 1990 until 2023. That's not exactly correct.
1999.
Well, if you said 1999 up to this moment, the curriculum has not remained static. Whether basic, secondary, tertiary, there are courses and programs that have been undergoing revision. And I'll give you an example, for instance, mass communication. You took a first degree in mass communication, it was mass communication, but it's been unbundled into 5 or 7 sub-disciplines in which it was special. Just one example at a tertiary level. History, yanked off the curriculum sometime, has been reintroduced at the primary level. And then you have computer studies, literacy studies that have also been introduced. But by the way, that's just to say that besides the points that you have made, we appreciate that. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation.
What we face mostly now are flashes of cowardly attacks from the rump of groups that have been routed in one location or the other to give the false impression. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate them altogether and restore total and lasting peace over every inch of the Nigerian soil. Sounding tall, but take it home. We are determined to ensure that every inch of the Nigerian soil is safe. That determination is there, the order has been given. But we shall continue to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and foreigners in our midst. We shall continue to work for the peace of the nation and deter elements that constitute threats to the people. We shall bear the full powers of the government to secure every inch of our land. We shall not rest until peace is fully restored to Nigeria.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
The security situation in Nigeria has been reasonably stable in spite of activities of unpatriotic elements engaged in various criminal activities around the country. Daily situation reports coming in from states. 2 months ago, it has shown relative peace on many of our highways, such as Abuja, Kaduna, Kaduna Birnin Gwari, Sokoto, Zamfara, Zamfara, Kaduna.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Sportybet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
He might get another chance now. Pulisic, and it's 2-0.
This one cleared out for Romeo Lavia.
The ball to the far post. Surely it's there. It is there.
It's a lovely layoff. It's Ward-Prowse, and it's quite superb.
From Pulisic towards Havertz. A little bit of improvisation, and it falls for Raheem Sterling. in the right place.
SportyBet sponsors coverage of the English Premier League.
Okay, you're welcome back, and it's still Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Presidential candidate of YPP and the campaign director are still with us here in the studios. Let's come back to the campaign director. Alex.
It's not an end. We're looking at this whole election. This is the first time of coming into the political space. I have also not, participated in any political process.
So you got your baptism.
Okay, so however it goes, but we are very confident and we're happy that his message is out there, and people are beginning to notice and contrast. And all things being equal, we're happy that the behemoth, the two dinosaurs that have that have been holding the country, the jugular of the country, are imploding. And whether we like it or not, Nigerian people will speak next week. And we believe that they will elect a new president. I wish that new president is Prince Malik or any other person that is like him, because this country needs to be liberated, and he is available to contribute to the new Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. I'll go to Prince Malik now. I've gone through your manifesto not once, not twice. So, I know it like the back of my palm.
That's good.
Yes, so many beautiful things that you want to do. But I really do not see so much that you want to do as regards women. There's no focus on women, children, and let me add those people living with disabilities. Is it that they're not a part of, the whole plan to reset Nigeria?
Well, I think if you look at the manifesto, the executive summary put out there, I personally believe that this is a 50-50 country. I don't see a position that a woman can have or a man can have that is exclusive to either a man or a woman. If you look at sort of the way Nigeria is being put out there as a developing country, we've really failed our people with disabilities, and we failed our women. And I'll give you some the basic examples. We build streets without ramps. We put traffic lights without signals for those that are visibly impaired. You go into an office block and there's stairs. It's almost a forgotten part of our population. We present women as if they are, ornaments that we put somewhere just to show that we are accepting of that. But where are Nigerian women globally? They're leading. Nigerian women are leading. In fact, they are the shining light of Nigeria today, whether at the United Nations, the WTO, in banking. They excel. And any president, any man that is worth his weight in gold should know that he adorns that gold by having the best of Nigerian women fill that void very nicely internationally. I don't believe that we are a country that ignores these things, but I think that, again, if you haven't seen it outside, the things I've talked about now, I could probably get somebody here from a ministry and sit down with him and I'll run circles around him. At the United Nations, when we were there, you saw that everything was predicated amongst inclusivity of everybody, men, women, people with disabilities. Here we don't do that. We don't build for that. We expect that everybody will be, able-bodied and probably male-dominated. So for me, it is not second. It's not something I have to think about. It's part of my nature. It's part of my DNA, and I live by that. And it's in my office. It's in my daily life. I'm just an equal opportunity individual, and I don't make excuses for that.
Okay, Prince Malik, thank you very much. Let's return back to your roots outside the country and whether you are likely to be at a disadvantage if you were to come in now. Because many persons, or many of our viewers, will be wondering how much connection you have to Nigeria right now. A lot has happened, and a lot is still happening. You make very good points, but somebody will observe some gaps. You say, you're talking about disability and women. We are not where we were 30 years ago with regard to women, with regard to men. Where you are seated, we've had, just a couple of weeks ago, the Director General of the Disabilities Commission, which has come about as a result of the passage of a bill into an act for persons with disability. And these are issues that they've been working on. There are many matters, of course, to deal with. It's pretty early in the day. On women, my colleague here will also notice that, will also acknowledge as well that things aren't exactly what they were 30 years ago. You've seen more women, in positions, and there are, of course, pieces of legislation against discrimination and all that. So I'm asking, you're coming back into the country and you want to be president. Do you think that perhaps you needed some more time to re-acclimatize and then know what you're dealing with before seeking to get in from the top?
You don't re-acclimatize into the Stone Age. You see it where it was and you want it to be better. I'm a modern Renaissance Nigerian and an African that sees Africa not in the lens of a colonial person. I see it in the lens of a neo-Nigerian, somebody who sees the best of what we are, and I'm wondering why we're stuck where we are. I have traversed this country in ways you can't imagine. I've worked with the military-industrial complex. There is no serving chief in the last 8 years that I haven't sat with and understood the problems of security in this country. I build weapon systems in different countries. I have an industrial complex in Turkey. I mean, I'm a Nigerian that is doing this in other countries. They didn't ask me what country I came from. When they saw my passport, they were a bit shocked, but at the end of the day, it was my talent that came through. I wasn't judged because I hadn't built a weapon. They judged me because of the weapon I built was a modern weapon, and they liked it, and it was useful, and it's being used today. I'm very proud of my accomplishments at the United Nations. I was the first Undersecretary for Renewable Energy from an oil-rich country, from a father that was the first to drill for oil in this country, and I was the number one in renewable energies at United Nations. I don't follow the well-beaten path. I'm somebody who believes that in order for Nigeria to grow, we need to see different things. I don't want to go and learn the past so that I can know the future. I've seen the past. I've been educated. I love history. I've seen where we were, and I see quite clearly where we can be. A visionary has a plan, and he executes it. We come in here with people from the 1980s trying to execute 1980s in the 2023. Things that failed in 1984, we're trying to do them now. Look at our currency. We're having a problem. Who's fighting on this currency? The same party is fighting. APC is fighting in the courts for a policy that the president, who's from the APC, is trying to put in play. Where's the opposition party? Look, YPP, the way we are looking at this is that we are going to be a thorn in the neck of the next administration if it's not inclusive, if it doesn't hear us. I don't intend to be silent. I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and say in the next 4 years you won't see me until the next 4 years. I will, if it means that I have to be on a platform that puts their feet to fire, I intend to do that. And it's because I'm exposed. It's because I'm not afraid. What am I going to fear? This is my country. What are you going to do, lock me up for speaking with the people's sort of wish and want? We've got to have leaders that are in parties that want to bring the best of Nigeria, not cower because I want power, I want a position. You know, I keep getting asked this question, what will you do if an administration came forward and said, come and be part of it? I'm a Nigerian. If the president is sworn in, he's my president. Making him look bad doesn't make me look good. That is what my country rises. If ideologically we do not agree, professionally or mentally, we must move this country. And we must unite as one rather than this, I'm not part of your party, so I can't do this. I may have a best idea, but I can't do it. Continuity between governments. The governor will leave, the next governor comes in and says, oh, I don't like what Alex did, I'm going to do mine. So there's no continuity. Roads don't get finished. We see this in different countries. Nigeria's problem is not Nigeria, it's the Nigerian leadership. It's the the thought process that goes into how do I build this country. And if you don't see the rebuilding starting with the fundamentals, power, security, infrastructure, and an economy, there is nothing we can talk about. Everything leads to those 4 pillars. And you don't build a house on a rocky road. You build the foundation so that you can set and give different layers of what you need. And I will fight this thing to the end, because I believe that young people are looking for a champion. If my kid came up to me this morning, and mind you, my children are in their 30s, but if my grandson came to me and said, "Dad, I want to be like my, this particular president," I'd tell my son that it's defective. We want our children to look up to the leaders, to feel that he empathizes with me, not to punish me. I'm a citizen of this country. I want to expect that my leader is looking out for me, and that my House of Representatives is looking out for me, and my judiciary is looking out for me. Who's looking out for us today? It's the media. The media is the 4th part of this democracy that is neglected until it's needed every 4 years. And I'm challenging the media, from NTA to social media, that we need to look at these people. And the job that people like you are doing, they give small parties like me, I can say I'm grateful, but the Nigerian people should encourage you to do more of this, because you need to look into our hearts. Not because I've got money. It's not because I've got a middle call. I've been waiting for this thing to happen, or I'm an Igbira man. What is in your head? Are you smart enough to be the leader of this country? Can you lead?
Okay, Prince Malik, thank you very much. As I said earlier, we're having engagements with the presidential candidates and other party chieftains of all 18 political parties. And yours, of course, is one of them. We've done this consistently since the former flag off of campaigns in September last year. Yep. It's to enable Nigerians, listen to others, big, small, medium, or otherwise, and that's part of our role as a national public broadcaster. Before my colleague comes in with a question, I'd like you to clarify something. I said you made a number of very useful points, but at some point you were saying that your father was the first to drill for oil.
Yes.
Where?
In Nigeria. First indigenous company to drill for oil in this country was Nigas Petroleum, 1978.
Okay, you said, okay, that's the first indigenous. When you said drill for oil, yeah. I was wondering, I was going to go back to Oloibiri. I was also going, Oloibiri was 1956, that was when it struck in commercial quantity, export, of course, 1958. And even before then, in the 1930s, Germans were the first to prospect for oil around the area locations.
In my hometown.
Yes, Imo, around there.
Yes,
and by the way, our viewers, I'd like their director to focus on Barrister Alex Onyekuru. You've been hearing him, you've seen his visage. We have asked him off camera, and he has confirmed to us that he's not in any way related to Rotimi Amechi, the former governor of Rivers. You see the way he's gesticulating, his intonation. Rotimi Amechi, the former governor of Rivers, and also former minister of transportation.
Right. Okay, so while Alex traces his roots properly, at the end of this program, just to be sure, we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like to come to you. We're running out of time. You've spoken a lot, and you talked about power, the things that you want to do to reset Nigeria. But I'd like you to, be specific as regards security, because you talked about building a foundation. And, if we do not have security, there's nothing else that can stand. What do you really think the problem is, and how do you intend to tackle it if you become president come February 25?
As I said, I'm so grateful that I spent the time with all the arms of the security apparatus in Nigeria, from the police to the army to the navy to the air force. Gallant men and women. But I still go back to certain issues that we've learnt. I spoke about Turkey, for example. Turkey is one of these countries where the rest of the world did not want them to have superior arms and equipment. And they definitely put them under the cosh. But what happened was a military-industrial complex was developed They built their own weapons. They developed their own aviation sector. They brought the best of the Turkish ingenuity from companies like Boeing and the various military organizations outside, and they brought them back to Turkey, and they created products that were non-ITAR, non-restricted. You know, we're in a country where if Nigeria even demanded the best of the best equipment and we can afford it, the Leahy law in America will say that you cannot have it. We are banned from having certain types of weapons because they're restricted to places like Nigeria. I would retool. And retool is, we have all these politicians now talking about security architecture, and I'm looking, most of them probably don't know the end of a rifle from the other, will probably blow themselves up. Retooling this country means to get superiority to our armed forces. A man with a gun is a man with a gun. What type of gun is he carrying? Your armed robber, your herdsman, your policeman, army, they're all using the AK-47. We're an AK-47 nation. It does 400 yards accurately, and after that it goes a little bit haywire. Why aren't we using a superior weapon for our military? Why aren't we using M16s or M60s or M2s? Those are more superior weapons. That firepower will shoot through schools. These guys are aiming anti-aircraft weapons with 2,000 meters at our soldiers. 2,000 meters. And I've got a rifle at 400 meters. That is the knowledge that I bring into this. If you do not put power and eyes in the sky, we have an air force. Does Boko Haram have an air force? Do herdsmen have an air force? Why aren't we using them with superior? We have Super Tucanos. Fantastic. We've got a number for a country of 200 million people. We've got less than 20 aircraft like that. Attack helicopters, the MH17s, the MiL helicopters. They're not serviceable. Russia's in a war, we can't get spare parts. Nigeria needs to rethink. We have DICON sitting there in Kaduna. Defense Industry Company of Nigeria doesn't build anything that Nigeria can use. Why? Abacha was producing weapons, pistols. We haven't progressed from where we are. Understanding the security architecture of this country is not a word I use. Understanding and re-implementing and retooling it is something that I'm very familiar with, and I'm doing it in other countries. And I think my expertise is even known by the service chief. So I'd say less on that.
Prince Malik, thank you very much. You were talking about the use of assault rifles. You were talking about those who have them. We have also seen an assault rifle, but I'm not sure whether it's AK-47, but popularly referred to as AK-47. It has also materialized, at least in one church here in Abuja. And the gentleman, of course, is having a regular chat with the police authorities. Yeah. It's on that note, we'd like to thank you both gentlemen for being our guest on Good Morning Nigeria today. Campaign Director of YPP, Barrister Alex Onyekoro, thank you for being our guest.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We also would like to appreciate the presidential candidate of YPP, Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim. Thank you for being our guest, and best of luck in next week's presidential elections.
Thank you.
All right, that's Good Morning Nigeria today. Many thanks for watching. Please join us again tomorrow.
Look after yourselves. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Entel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit entel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Entel. Live more.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency. Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to the Nigerian Navy today. I am Jibrin Baba Ndachi. One defining characteristics of the military is enduring commitment and continuous effort towards self-sufficiency. The Nigerian Navy is not an exception. This episode will focus on Nigerian Navy's garment factory located in Sapele, Delta State, established to meet clothing needs of the service and more. We will also focus on the participation of the Nigerian Navy in an exhibition in Abuja. Please stay with us for this and other regular segments of the program.
Human and infrastructural development is one of the key agenda of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, for the Nigerian Navy. An agenda he has given all the needed attention, cutting across naval formations nationwide. As part of his routine operational visits, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo was at the Forward Operating Base, Fomoso. At the base, he commissioned the new administrative block regulating an intelligence office and a unit of officers transit accommodation on Thursday, 9th February 2023. On same day, Vice Admiral Awa Gambo was at the headquarters Eastern Naval Command Calabar, Cross River State. During the visit, he commissioned the newly built gymnasium and corner shop at 1006 quarters, Eastern Naval Command Headquarters, Calabar. The Chief of the Naval Staff was also in Imo State on an operational visit to the Nigerian Navy base, Oguta, Imo State, on Thursday, 9th February 2023. On 10th February 2023, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, proceeded to One, Rivers State, to inspect some ongoing projects at the Nigerian Naval College and Nigerian Navy Basic Training School, One, where he commissioned the newly constructed residential building for the Commandant Nigerian Navy Basic Training School, One, Rivers State. The Chief of the Naval Staff also attended the passing out parade of Batch 33 Nigerian Navy Basic Training School, One, on Saturday, 11th February 2023. Back in Abuja, the Honorable Minister of State for Transport, Prince Ademola Adewale Adegoroye, on Monday, 13th February 2023, paid a courtesy visit on the Chief of the Naval Staff. And on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, had a strategic virtual meeting with flag officers commanding and operation base commanders as part of the Nigerian Navy's preparedness for the 2023 general elections held at the Naval Headquarters Conference Hall. Uniforms have for centuries represented a means of identification, values, tradition, and expected code of conduct. A military uniform is a symbol of something beyond the material, the stitches and colors from which it is assembled. Its purpose of distinguishing members of the armed forces from the rest of the population gives it that uniqueness. For the Nigerian Navy, the need for uniformity in uniform birthed the idea of opening a tailoring workshop to meet the uniform needs of personnel by the Nigerian Navy Logistics Command within its complex in 2012 at the command headquarters, Ogara, Delta State. Today, what used to be a tailoring workshop has metamorphosed into a state-of-the-art garment production factory responsible for making clothing to meet the uniform needs of the Nigerian Navy officers and ratings. In order to have a coordinated, central and controlled production chain led to the creation of the Office of a Commander to oversee administration and standards. And in March 2021, the Nigerian Navy Garment Factory was commissioned by the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, to reposition it for better service delivery to the Navy, other armed forces, paramilitary, and beyond. In a chat with the Nigerian Navy Today crew, the Commander Nigerian Navy Garment Factory, Navy Commander Gideon Taye Adeyemi, spoke extensively on the history, mandate, and future of the establishment.
The Nigerian Navy Garment Factory started from the Headquarters Logistics Command at Ogara, and it started as a tailoring workshop. So that under the astute leadership of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, he decided to relocate the center to Sapele Ogorode, where we are here today. And, part of his vision is to enhance productivity in the Navy, to place a robust logistics support system for the Navy and a well-motivated force. So it was out of that idea was born. We relocated here for better administration of the workshop. So then this factory was commissioned on 23rd March 2021 as the Nigerian Navy Garment Factory, Sapele.
The factory basically makes garments and has 7 production lines to ensure standards.
The factory is divided into 7 sections. So basically what we do here is garments, we sew uniforms, we do embroidery services, amidst other things that we do. So basically our factory is into 7 sections. The first one is the store. So we ensure that items that are received from our producers, because we don't make fabrics here, we only stitch the fabrics. So the items, we ensure that they are received in good quality and good quantity, and at the same time they are in tandem with the specifications. So after that is done, it's being handed over to the cutting section. The cutting section is headed by a very professional tailor. In fact, he's a graduate. So what he does is that he cuts these fabrics into sizes in line with Nigerian Navy uniform regulations. When he does that, he hands over to the weaving department. The weaving, what they do is that they ensure the uniform comes out where the edges, they ensure they are finely done. So when that one is done, they hand over to the tailoring section. So under the tailoring, you have the button mounting. After they sew, they will mount the button. They tag the button on it. You understand now? So after you finish that one now, you now hand over to the quality assurance section. So the quality assurance is headed by a sub-lieutenant. And the sub-lieutenant's duty there is to ensure every item that passes through the tailor, they are in line with Nigerian Navy uniform regulations. Yes, I must tell you that the current Chief of Naval Staff has done a lot in standardizing Nigerian Navy uniforms, and we have a new Nigerian Navy uniform regulations.
Equipped with uniform regulations, the factory is well positioned to produce quality and affordable uniforms.
In the Navy, we have the boots jackets, we have the ceremonial wears, we have the camouflage. So the uniform regulations tells you how to wear them. maybe the sizes of your pocket, what it should be, what you have to put on, and so everything is well spelled out in the uniform regulations, and we have it very handy here at the factory.
Navy Commander G.T. Adeyemi says the factory has the capacity to meet up with uniforms needs of other arms of the armed forces, paramilitary and others.
If you will recall, on 23rd March 2021, during the opening ceremony speech of this place, the CNS mentioned, the Chief of Naval Staff, he mentioned that the factory is not only going to serve the Nigerian Navy, but will also serve other paramilitary organizations.
Like other Navy units across the nation, the Nigerian Navy Garment Factory is also ensuring that the existing cordial military-civil relationship between the Nigerian Navy and host communities or general area is upheld.
One of the visions of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, is human capacity development. And I guess it is in line with that this factory was established. Now what we do is that majority of the people who are here, they are indigent of Sapele Ogorode here. So most of them, they are from this area, and this has developed them tremendously within this general area. It is something that you can confirm within the general environment here. We give them special consideration. Yes, and the youth, it has developed them a lot. Anybody that is here that actually puts it whatever he or she is doing, it can develop them even on their own to have their own personal businesses as regards tailoring. So it has developed Sapele in general.
The Nigerian Garment Factory considers robust partnerships, opening additional outlets, and in addition includes its own fabric production line.
Our future plan here is, presently the way we are now, we have not really partnered any organization. So we hope to have sponsors. We hope to partner some reputable organizations like the paramilitary. Yes, because that is a way for us to also generate revenue for the Nigerian. We are looking at having, because when we go on the top of the factory, you will see that we have some machines that can produce boots, but we lack the expertise. So we still leverage some competent boot manufacturing organizations to produce our own boots. But we are looking towards, in the nearest future, we should be able to handle that. We should have the expertise, we should have the personnel to be able to handle that. So it is part of our, then we are looking at also having additional outlets. The way it is now presently, we only have this garment factory in Sapele, but efforts are ongoing. In fact, the MDAEL, AEL is Admiralty Exchange Limited, I earlier mentioned, is working assiduously to ensure that we open up a new outlet at Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron. Yes, so that people within Port Harcourt area, within Calabar area, that particular outlet can service them. So, and we are looking forward to having other outlets too in Lagos. Then, our fabrics, we don't produce the fabrics. We still leverage some reputable indigenous companies, and we hope to have a fabric producing company. We're also working in that line to ensure that is in place. So if we're able to achieve that, we choose production of the fabric, stitching of the fabric, everything comes under the Nigerian Navy, and that would tremendously help the Nigerian Navy as a service.
For the Navy Garment Factory Sapele, fitness, comfort, safety and standards remains the mission. Advanced.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
It's Miriam Vincent Oko. Miriam is of the Nigerian Television Authority. Miriam, to have you on board.
Thank you so very much. So nice to be here.
Thank Thank you. And of course, Kayode Okikiolu is of Channels Television. He's always been part of this media. Kayode, good to see you again.
Always an honor to be here.
And of course, to my left here is Mike Okweche. Mike is of Television Continental, TVC.
It's great to be here. Great to be here.
All right, let's introduce our guest, His Excellency Chief Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, the Executive Governor of Rivers State. Your Excellency, good to see you again, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Governor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Governor.
You're welcome, thank you.
Not used to hearing people call you Chief, so...
You can also call him Barrister.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right, Your Excellency, you listened to the presidential broadcast this morning, trying to intervene in what has become a national outrage on the Naira crisis. What do you make of the president's palliatives are now in the broadcast this morning?
Well, first of all, even though I did not listen to that, but I read what she said. For me, it's like a matter is in court, and the Supreme Court has said suspend this. Now, President Kabila has said that what they can allow or what can be happening is the old 200 Naira note. That's an apparent decision. What the Supreme Court has said, pending the determination of this matter, continue to use the old can no longer be used only for the Naira notes. Not in the sense saying that you are forgotten that the highest court of the land has made a temporary pronouncement. And I thought this matter, the Supreme Court has said, do not do anything that will affect the use of the old notes. And so I think that that's what I am not very happy. But what I thought that we want to pay what the Supreme Court has said. That is what I thought we want to do. We have come out to Nigeria.
So do you view this then as a direct disobedience by the President of the Supreme Court's order?
How we do not respect or obey.
The federal government is proposing an out-of-court settlement regarding this issue.
And then taking that yes, out-of-court settlement is allowed. Until that is done, there's nothing anybody can do about it. So the issue of only 200 rand will stick to this circulation for me is neither here and nor there. If they had put up but having not put up and that interim order still should be taken.
A lot of people say that this is a simple economic policy, but has become submerged in politics. At the level of the governors, for instance, there are divisions among them. Some are in court, some are criticizing those who are in court, and all of that. Do you read politics into this all along? Exactly. Because some people will point out that it is not the core mandate of the central bank of Nigeria to want to do what it wants to do. I mean, check the use of money in politics. That's not the core mandate of the CBN.
You see, the tribunal is very critical. Why would people not do videos to the next person? This is the policy you think now. Like, nothing has stopped you since last year. From now to social media, we're giving you 1 year grace to be able the argument they had made was it is not where it's going to stop. And I have always asked this question. How will you stop vote buying? How? Vote buying. And in the case, when you talk about vote buying, where does it vote buying? When security agencies say, oh, we would never, or EFCC say, we would never, we're going to stop vote buying. What is the strength of EFCC? Take for example, my state has 7,000, for example. If you take the entire staff of EFCC, I don't think 7,000. I'm not talking about only River State. So it is impossible. And how many of these areas can you go? You only can go to the city. How many of them can go to rural areas? How many of them can go to the riverine areas? So I don't believe.
Your Excellency, taking that away from politics now, would you see some level of sincerity of purpose in this, considering the fact that the federal government has been working towards the cashless policy?
Like I said, the timing is key. You may have a good intention, but after the time you started, certainly people use a lot of reasons why you are doing that. So we must consider the issue of timing. Then the people may say, oh, it is good to help to fight corruption. As far as I'm concerned, I believe that this policy is targeted as well.
Will you be one of the people who say targeted?
That cannot affect us at all. So what I'm going to do with my it is very clear. You can see that the people are going to, so what I'm going to do goodbye. See, when you are not sure of yourself, when you know that the people are not with you, then you want to say, okay, I will use the money to produce my life. In this state, who will say that we have not done anything for the people? That we want. So, for us, we don't even bother about it.
So who are the candidates that you want?
The suffering of the masses. That is where I look at it.
That's the reason given by your colleagues who went to the Supreme Court. And I'm surprised that you're not part of them.
No, the River said five in different suits. Okay. And it will be hard, and the Supreme Court said they will consolidate it.
A different suit on the same issue?
Yes, yes.
So what is River State complaining about?
Well, it's the same thing, but a different way. Okay. So every lawyer has his own technique. We had wanted to join, and the guy said, no, if we go by this way, we may not get to the point. So we prefer, they prefer to file a different for coming with him.
So what's the claim in that suit?
Well, I've not been able to fully read the entire, of course, you know how this
the campaigns.
I'd like you to speak to this, Governor Wike, because there are different angles to it. There are some who have said, well, Nigeria has been facing security challenges, lots of security challenges. I mean, just recently we had to combat fuel crisis, fuel scarcity, varying in the prices. That crumbled businesses, households, and all of that. Nigerians have had to face power issues. And for those people, they think that this energy they're seeing from particularly governors regarding the Naira redesign, the Naira swap, they didn't see that same energy on issues that have affected, in fact, the recent one being the fuel scarcity. And they think that because the point he made, that this directly affects the monies stashed by politicians to prosecute elections. So I'd like you to speak to that point. That is there sincerity really for governors to pursue this?
I will say, when you say money stashed, it means you have an information that money is being stashed. And if you have information, as security agents, nothing stops you to say, we're aware that politician A or politician A, B, C has stashed money so. Stops you. See, I don't believe in this You want to do something, you fight every risk, which is not correct. And you see, when people want to justify all the we are doing it because politicians have started. You have those facts. Who are these politicians that have started money? Where is this money kept? It is within the confines of security agency. Because listen, we are aware that so much of money is being kept here, right? So what's the thing? So go to the area. Why do you do something at the end of the day? You are suffering the public policy that you want to improve on the welfare of the people. Well, as a town, right? Now, as an individual, you can withdraw social amount of money. We're even saying that even the one the law allows you to of what sense is that?
This is what is making Nigerians to be uncomfortable, and of course, in many cities we've seen an argument of violence. But we've not seen something like that in Port Harcourt. How are you able to?
Your Excellency, we actually had a case yesterday where people went to the streets protesting about the new Naira policy issue. We'd like to know how you were able to tackle that, because we just had it just in a particular area and in no time it was off.
It depends on how you're able to communicate with each other. For us, we have spoken to our members. It is not targeted. It is not only concerned. It's a general tool. Also, I give thanks to God. Sometimes you begin to wonder when some people, when they say that these are states that are like it. Violence and this and that, you find out that the sort of thing that they magic, right? I can expect to say that, oh, this is the magic that we use. But that God has been so kind to us that when people expect that is what is going to happen, it does not happen that way. So I can't tell you that there is a particular magic. Well, we're able to speak to them that they have to be patient, they have the vote, the willing to so that's the only thing.
All right. What do you see? What scenarios do you see playing forward regarding this Naira notes? That people are becoming frustrated across the country. Will the governors come to rescue the situation? Are you taking a stand as the governors forum? But what scenarios do you see playing forward?
What we have been trying to avoid is a situation where, in doing this carrying out this policy, it does not turn out to be something that will do violence, anarchy, and the rest of it. It does not turn out to be something that will lead to violence, anarchy, and the rest of it. And at that point in time, it may lead to cancellation or postponement of the election for one reason or the other. That's what we've been afraid of. And if it continues that way, the likelihood, and this now comes to where some people are saying, all these things are targeted for people to be angry and to be violent, and at the end of the day, election will not take place, where they will now come to have an interim government. So these are postulations. And we are saying, look, we can avoid this at this point in time. What every Nigerian now is interested, how elections should be conducted, and the new government to come in.
All right, so that takes us to what happened in River State here. Yesterday, the All Progressives Congress had a presidential rally here, and of course, something very significant happened. The presidential candidate of the APC paid you a courtesy visit, official courtesy visit to Government House. Yes. Now, you've consistently told Nigerians that at the right time, you will tell people of River State who you're supporting or who they should vote for. When it comes to the presidency, can we therefore consider that as an endorsement of sorts? What do you think?
I think the press is part of the problem that we're having. First of all, P2B have visited me and paid me Corsical. Kwakwanso have been here and paid me Corsical. Why do you think that those visits were not endorsement?
Your Excellency, this is coming just a few days, less than...
Because of the time they are having their rally. He and paid Corsical on the governor of Enugu State when they had their rally.
Excellency, you've also had a series of meetings with him.
No, I've had a series of meetings with a lot of politicians. There's nothing been particular about him. I've had a lot of series of meetings with so many presidential candidates. As a politician, everybody wants you to support him or her. You cannot shut your door to talk to people. No. You have to talk to people. It's left for you. I want to pay courtesy on the governor. When Obi came, I gave the stadium. I provided all the logistics of transportation. When Kwakwaso came, the same thing. Even when he was going to Bayelsa, I provided all the vehicles.
So have you endorsed any presidential candidates?
It is not your business. It is we as Rivers people. That is our business. You see? And when people say, I will tell Nigerians. I said, I will tell Rivers people.
Have you told them?
Of course.
How?
It's not your business. How you communicated to them is not your business.
Okay,
I never said I was going to call the national television.
But you said it on national television, you will communicate.
I said I will communicate to Rivers people. Yeah. And I have been able to communicate to them.
Okay, sir. What did you tell them?
What is your business?
Can we infer from your body language?
What is the body language?
Whereas you'll be busy tearing at the presidential candidate of your political party.
Tearing? What do you mean by tearing?
Any breather of some sort.
But there were issues, and we said, you have to solve this problem. There's no two ways about it. It's not about me. It's about where I say, look, this is what has happened. This is what we do. If you don't want us, it's okay. That's what we said. And there are no two ways about it.
You do have some soft spot for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu somehow.
How?
I'm asking.
What do you mean? So I have soft spot for virtually every human being.
Including your presidential candidate.
What do you mean by soft spot for him? He's the candidate of my party.
The PDP.
Okay.
So to that extent,
okay. Said that if you want to use public facility, you have to apply and pay a certain deposit. It is within my powers to waive it. PDP applied, I did not collect money. I said free. When Labour Party applied, I did not collect, the state did not collect money. When APC applied, they would not collect money.
Yeah, but the PDP was refused using
no, it's not right.
Initially,
no,
and before the waiver came.
Now, you see,
was that an afterthought?
Now, you see, we gave the stadium to them. And you don't expect that you will give the stadium 20 days to the time, denying other people of the use of the stadium. I don't know, the so-called their chairman of the presidential campaign council said, forced himself to the stadium 1 month ahead. Who does that?
Isn't it first come, first served?
No. Even if we are giving you the place to use 8 hours to have access, you cannot go and have a month to. That is not allowed.
A month to the campaign?
A month to the campaign. How? What of others who want to use it before that period? It is not done. You see, people try to violate rules and whatever. You know that those who are organizing that rally were not prepared. Adokia Maismaga Stadium is a 40,000 seating capacity. So they know they have no capacity to fill that stadium. They're all looking for opportunity to say that, oh, we don't want to have canceled the rally of security ground. What security ground? What security ground? All of us know our limits. We know those who have the capacity to mobilize people. And it would have been a shame if they had come for that rally. The whole world would have seen how empty the so-called team they have here.
You mean the PDP?
The so-called team.
The PDP presidential team.
Your party?
No, the presidential team.
Okay.
Presidential campaign team. Well, they did not consult us, nobody told us. And we say we will not participate. We made it right. Integrity Group said we will not be members of this if this is not corrected.
Your Excellency, apart from the allegations of insecurity from your party, the PDP, other political parties have also raised such concerns.
The SDP, for instance?
First of all,
the APC as well.
First of all, it will be madness. It will be those who said insecurity, as far as I'm concerned, are insane. You don't.
Excellency, we have seen pictures, we have seen.
I'm coming. Let me tell you, what is the problem? The law says you cannot use a public facility without approval. And you want to use yourself on that. If you want to use a school, school is public institution. You can go to a private place to do it if you want to. And you are saying that you will not apply. Government will resist it, the secondary school. You want to do a rally here. In doing that rally, sometimes they fight. In course of that fighting, they destroy facilities. All kinds of pure water littered all over the places. Who would go and clean up this after a rally? No, tell me. And government says deposits 5 million naira. So that if you have destroyed anything or including sanitation, government will use that to pay those who will clean up the environment. And you are saying no. I go, it's okay. You can go and choose private places, halls. Government will not stop you. That is just the whole issue. You cannot, for whatever reason, okay, why do you apply to use the stadium? Why would you not apply to use primary schools that are public institutions? You see, when people refuse to obey the law, what do you expect? And why is it every time somebody always says, I was threatened? Listen, you've seen Port Harcourt. All their posters are there. Their billboards are there. Who have ever gone one day to destroy the billboards?
Your Excellency, they've also come out openly to accuse you
Yes.
that you are behind the violence.
Look, violence against who? Violence against who?
Against them, and they have also complained that you are not allowing them to campaign.
How will you not allow them to campaign? Did the APC not campaign yesterday? The Labour Party not campaign here. I have told you that you cannot use public facilities without approval. I have always said that. Have they not been campaigning? Have they not been going to halls to hold their meetings and rallies? But if you want to use a public facility without approval, we'll stop it. That is all.
But you've publicly said that other parties shouldn't bother campaigning, not once, not twice. That there's no point campaigning that the PDP
what that means?
For a lot of people, that's tacitly saying, hey, this is not.
No. Then you are reading different meanings. When you say there's no need to campaign, because you know that this state, based on what we have done, it will be difficult for any party to win our party in this state. So why are you bothering yourself campaigning? Rivers people have confidence in us. So when I said there's no need of you campaigning, does not mean you should not come to campaign. All we are saying is that your campaign will not yield anything. That's the point I'm trying to make.
How can you be so sure? It's democracy.
We're not saying,
listen to all the candidates.
No, that's why I say you're getting it wrong. When I said there's no need of you coming to campaign, what that means is that, what are you going to tell Rivers people? That today say, why will you vote for us?
They have their manifestos.
What manifestos? They all do ourselves. This is the time that they have seen a government that says, we are going to do this, and he has done it. We are going to do this, and he has done it.
Your Excellency, would you say you've done it all and there's nothing else to do?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. But people are satisfied. Even if you stay here for 40 years, there will still be issues, problems. But the point is, for the first time in a democracy governance, people are now beginning to have confidence that, who is this? Is it an average Nigerian politician who will come and tell you one story, at the end of the day, he does a different thing? So you mean that people can say they will do this and they go ahead and do it? Is it real? That's what we have shown in this state. And it has never happened. Concrete. Mr. Governor said, we are going to do this. In any local government I go to, simple question. Did I tell you I was going to do this? Yes. Have I done it? Yes. Did I tell you I was going to do this? Yes. Have I done it? Yes. Did I tell you I was going to do this? Am I doing it? Yes. Before now, mention a government that will tell you something, politician that will tell you something, and it's been carried out to the letter. That is the different thing we have shown in this state. That actually, if you are committed, if you really want to do something for your people, you can do it. Take, for example, The issue of Trans-Calabari Road has been a political issue. No government that comes without telling the people of Calabari, I'm going to do Trans-Calabari Road. When I came, I told them, listen, I'm going to carry out the first phase of Trans-Calabari Road. People thought it was a joke. As I speak to you today, it's a reality. Why? Communities, about 6 communities, they have never seen road in their life. Kakama, Minama, Sangama, Angulama, all kind of communities. The day I drove to those communities, you can see the joy they radiating in their faces, happiness. You mean today we have road connected to other communities. So this can be a reality, right? So there are things that have been impossible, or people may claim to be impossible, that today we have made it to be possible. So when I say that no, you coming here to campaign, what that means that we are quite on ground. We have been accepted based on our performance. And to credit it all, take for example, I'm an opposition party. You know what it takes for a president to say in terms of infrastructure, to say, I recognize you, you've done well as an opposition party. And then you are coming, the same party is coming to campaign. What would the party tell them in the state? When the leadership of your party has acknowledged the performance of the opposition. So what are you going to tell the people?
That they can do better? Even if it is that?
No, they are not even saying they can do better. They are saying that we have not done anything. That is indicting their president too.
Your Excellency, but some have also complained of some level of high-handedness.
In terms of high-handed, how? In terms of what? How?
For instance, after the PDP Presidential Campaign Council rejected your offer of the use of the state.
They did not write to me.
They went to another place.
No.
They wanted to build on their own.
Okay, let me tell you. That's what. Okay, no. You see, that's why people carry all kinds of propaganda. I tell you, when people are not prepared to do something, they find excuses. They never wrote to us that they are going to reject or they have rejected. We wrote to them. So I expected that they should have written to us, no, we are no longer taking that place. First of all, we have the policy of presidential rally in this state. All presidential rallies must take place in the stadium. One, in order to avoid stampede. You don't go to a small field to hold presidential rally. You know what that would be. So we put rally, we have 2 stadiums. General Yakubu Gowon Stadium and Adokia Mesmeka Stadium. Adokia Mesmeka Stadium takes up to 40,000. Why did General Yakubu Gowon Stadium take up to 16,000? So it is easier, and in terms of control, to use those 2 facilities. Now, what happened? Inside the city, there's a line in dispute between government and Intel. In fact, government had even revoked that property before then. How was it revoked? Intel got that land 19 years ago and refused to develop that property. Intel used that land and took loan. Instead of developing that property, they used that loan to do some other things. And government said, listen, how can you use our property we give out? You are not developing the place. You use it to take a loan. Government had to revoke it. Somehow, you know, people like to play politics. These miscreants force themselves there to use the place as, I said, well, how would this be? We have given you Adokia Mesmeka Stadium. Why are you not using that place? We will not allow rally to take place inside this area. That was all.
Pardon me, when you say Intel, you're referring to the company associated
with
the presidential candidate of your
party? Yes. Okay. I don't know whether he has interest there. I don't know. I'm not talking about Intels. So I wouldn't say what I do not. They never wrote to us to say, look, we are no longer using the stadium. And inside the city, how do you control the traffic? How? But the whole thing was that they had no capacity to fill Adokia Mesmeka Stadium. And that would have exposed them. So in order to make a cover, unfortunately, government cannot allow that place. For Christ's sake, there are rules and regulations. You cannot tell me because you're a PDP member, therefore, you cannot obey simple rules. You don't do that. Somebody's in charge of the state. There cannot be two governors at the same time. You cannot.
Is that what informed the use of force? Because one of the leaders, former minister Abiye Sekibo, pointedly accused you that you were the one behind the attack on him when he visited that the policemen he saw drove in the direction of your house, that these are policemen.
Where is my house? Do you know where this is? This is happening more than, this is my house, this is where I live. This is where I live. This is happening about 15 kilometers away. And at what time?
Say in the night?
What time in the night? That's where he saw the police people. And then he saw with them driving towards my house. You see, people are just known. If you know Abiye Sekibo, if you know Abiye Sekibo, if you are talking about violence, check the Eshos panel report. Justice Kayode Eshos report. Who did he indict? About this sponsor of cultism. It's Abiye Sekibo. Go and read the panel's report. Well, have I been indicted or sponsor cultism? No. Judicial panel, I was not the one who set it up. So, how could anybody say that? You have heard before, and the point is that when this happens, you won't go and report to police for police to be able to investigate. Yeah, when Senator Lee Meba made an allegation, police said, come and make statement. He ran away. You know, all kinds of things, manner of things. They believe that the only way the presidential candidates can be happy with them is to show that we have been the one challenging Wike. We have been the one going on news to challenge Wike. That is the only thing. As you have come, have they gone anywhere to campaign for the presidential candidate? Have you seen any billboard of the presidential candidate? These are people who claim supporting. They give them money, they collect the money, and put in their private pocket. They go back and say, Wike does not allow us. I mean, the billboards, are they owned by government? You have come to Port Harcourt. You have seen Port Harcourt. Why couldn't they at least pay for the billboards?
We've seen reports that some people who are trying to put out campaign materials were attacked and
where?
I mean, those reports are out there, and people have spoken to that. But
where?
Your Excellency, the point is, because all of this is building up towards the elections, and I was reading through a particular report, International Crisis Group, and it lists River State as second to Lagos as one of the major hotspots for violence, possible violence in these elections, cites different reasons. The bad blood between, and let me just list the points so you can answer comprehensively. You know, the bad blood, the back and forth between the G5 integrity group and the presidential candidate, or the leadership of your party, the PDP. It has talked about some of the violence, saying that you sought to intimidate PDP leaders in the state to remain aligned to him. Talked about some of the attacks. So I want you to speak to that, because a lot of people have apprehension that this election in River State might be violent.
It is not correct. Like I've told you, you see me campaign every day. I'm going to tie local government now. By Saturday, we will have finished 23 local governments. We have never had any incident of violence. Have you ever had? Most cases we did on live. From Nigerians to see. You know, like I said, when people are not prepared to do something, you can see all kinds of excuses. Okay, let me tell you an incident that happened last time. When people try to create a scenario that does not exist. 2014, if I remember vividly, or 20 years, I think towards 2014-15. You remember the other incident that where they said Senator Magnus was shot? You remember? Okay. Tell all of us, where is the report, where is the doctor report that the person, where was he shot? Let any person come and say, look at the report. Look at the doctor's report. He was shot. We treated him. You also, they claim that he was flown to London. Which hospital? These are things people create to have that things are not going on well. I pitied Magnus when he said state-sponsored terrorism. You can use any language you want to use. Where are they destroying his billboards? Go and see the whole of Port Harcourt. You see his billboards everywhere. He said, oh, he's in a district. But in Port Harcourt, nobody destroys it. It's only your secretary. When you have some internal problems amongst you, why not be able to sort your internal problems? Why do you shift it to the state? There's nowhere you can say you will not have an incident of clashes or one or two. That does not generally mean that the state is not safe. No. There's no any time anybody can say, mention one state in this country today where you cannot say we have had this incident of crisis. Mention one state. Does that generally mean that if an incident occurs, it means that that state is not safe? Certainly not.
So
These are
Nigerians at this election.
not the question of assuring. Not the question of assuring. The only way we have had incident of crisis during election was when the military came to invade and people had to resist it. You watch it on video. Even 2019, you had one dude, one woman were naked to prevent the security agencies of carrying the ballot boxes and the election materials. So people can say, you won't do this. And in resisting that, that could lead to violence.
Your Excellency, you are one man who has kept faith with the PDP. You've been there from the beginning. You stood firm. When the big wigs, some of them who consider as big wigs, left the PDP, you stayed. And then when the primaries were to be conducted, you openly told Nigerians that whatsoever becomes of the outcome of the primary will be acceptable by you. You went through the primaries, you were tested as well. Now, Your Excellency, do we say there is more to your reaction after the primaries?
You see, you know, a lot of people say, oh, Wike said he was going to abide any acting that come. What does that mean? You have promised us you are going to do transparent election. And believing in that promise, I have to say yes, I will obey. Now, you watch what happened in that election. Every candidate or every aspirant has spoken and gone to sit for the voting to commence. Just for us to hear the chairman of the electoral panel, there's an announcement. What announcement is it? An aspirant has come up. I have looked at this, I looked at this. I'm hereby stepping down. He did not end by saying I'm no longer, I withdraw from the race. He went further, that they should vote for so person. Even that alone is subject to litigation. But as a law-abiding party member, I didn't go to court. We are finished campaigning. We are in process of voting. You allowed another person to come and say, go and vote for so person. What does that mean? But we allowed it. Ordinarily, I would have gone to court. I didn't go to court.
That is what worries some Nigerians, because we saw your reactions just after the vice presidential candidate was finally selected.
Well, what was my reaction? You know, people don't like to follow what has happened. When after the primaries on Saturday leading to Sunday, on Monday the presidential candidate came to see me in my house in Abuja, right? Came to see me in my house in Abuja. The first thing he told me that, look, the national chairman has to go. Why? Because it would not be fair that the presidential candidate from the same zone, the chairman from the same zone. And I said, look, this is an agreement. Even before then, the national chairman had said, if the presidential candidate called from his zone, he was going to resign. Now, this is what the thing, it has happened. So why not do what you have agreed on? We met with the presidential candidate. You see, when you want to be a leader, one thing about leadership is integrity comes in. You must be able to honor on issues you have agreed with people. We met in London. All of us, with his own governor. With his own governor. And he told us, yes. He confronted the national chairman, and he said, yeah, he made that statement. And he agreed with us that the national chairman had to go. But that we should give him 1 week to work out. We didn't hear it again. Come on. How do you expect me at this time, as little as it is, you won't honor what you have told us? They start bringing excuses. Then what now happens when you become? You see, these are issues I cannot comprehend. No matter how anybody looks at, people can give all kinds of excuses. Oh, because he was not giving 5%. Come on, what is that?
And you've been on this issue. You've been on this issue. See?
I have said it all the time. Yes, and we are still there. It's not correct. It's not correct. See, what people do not understand.
Others are busy fighting their own.
No, what are they fighting? What are they fighting? You see, some of you, it is not in every system. You have strategy. There are people who should do the talking. There are people who will be quiet. So it's not. You see, my own approach does not mean it should be the same approach. But we know what all of us have agreed.
All the 5 of you are
of course. Now, mention, who has ever attended the rallies?
Among the
Yes, mention one. You see, look, what we do not understand, even before any good governor received him in government house, we said, do that. That's wrong. People started posting. We laughed. So we cannot tell you what is the approach. Forget about people. 25th is coming. 25th is here. 25th is here.
Just 9 days.
9 days. Everybody will see it.
Is it time enough for you to still, make final last-minute peace?
No, we can't do that again. It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Between you
we have said it that not anybody can do about it now. They believe that they have won elections, so they don't need us.
When you mean it's over, you work against his interest.
I told you, I'm not ready to sit down again with anybody. That's not. You know what you want to interpret.
All right, Mr. Governor, for the G5 governors, as much as you say you are united, are you also united towards a presidential candidate?
That is not for you to know. We should not reveal everything to you. We won't tell you.
If we rule out the presidential candidate of your party because of the SAR relationship, that leaves at least 3 front runners. As a politician, what's of this? Or what's of permutation?
Permutation how?
At least 3 front runners are left.
Yes.
If we remove the presidential candidate of your party,
yes,
with whom you have already said, Father, bye-bye, no way. So that leaves 3.
Yes.
Which of them are you endorsing?
What is your business?
Well, let me rephrase.
what is that? It's not a secret ballot. It's a secret ballot.
People know you as a forthright person. A lot of people want to listen to Governor Wike because they expect he speaks truth to power. Yes. You can't, hold him back or say this is what you say. You can't teleguide him. Yeah. So they are surprised that the same you've been campaigning for your governorship candidate in the open. In fact, you're wearing a shirt and a face cap that says who you're supporting.
That is my governor.
And it's open.
Yes.
So they're wondering, are you scared to not want to reveal that person? Because you're free to reveal the person you're supporting for governorship. But why not for president? Are you scared?
Let me tell you. So the mere fact I have not said so makes me not a forthright again. The definition of forthright is because you want me to say something at the time probably or the way you want me to say it.
You have your training. It's your track.
No. You are making, see, in every war you go, there are different strategies you adopt. It cannot be the same strategy every day. It can be. Assuming if you want to do that, you can also review your strategy. Assuming they're not considering that this is the strategy I wanted to adopt. Nothing stops me coming back. Is this right now? Why not do it this other way? So I don't owe you to tell you the strategy I will adopt. That I have adopted the strategy of speaking my mind every day does not mean, as far as this one now is concerned, that is also the same way to follow. But what is important is whether you are going to achieve the result which you have outlined to achieve.
But the truth is, you're not just speaking to us, you're speaking to Nigerians,
Rivers
people.
Everybody knows that. My people here know. Rivers people are aware. And that's my own concern. My primary constituency is Rivers State.
Okay.
And you've told them.
And they all are aware where we're heading to.
So speak to this, because for a lot of people now, they're thinking the permutation is you may have played yourself out of relevance. They're thinking, Governor Wike, yes, maybe last year, I mean, a lot of people was courting him as a beautiful bride, but now with the way things are going, I mean, he has not maintained that tempo. They think you may have played yourself out of relevance. Do you agree with them?
Yeah, who is more relevant? Mention anybody in PDP that's more relevant than me.
Even your presidential candidates?
Who is more relevant? Are they not looking for me? If I'm not relevant, why? How many presidential candidates have come to see me if I'm not relevant? It is not to appear on Arise television that makes you relevant. It's not to appear on channel that makes you relevant. Who is going to command the vote? Is it not on record in this country? From 2015 to 2019, APC never had 25%. Even when they had a sitting governor, who was their DG? It's on record. So it is not a question of you talking. We will see what will happen. Relevant is what can you contribute.
You have that.
That's what we call relevant. You are not relevant. See, so many people in PDP, take for example, there's one man in Yobe State, since 1999, PDP has never won anything. But these are people who will talk and you say they are people relevant. What makes you relevant? You can't win your state. What makes you relevant? When you cannot produce a senator. What makes you relevant? When you cannot produce a House of Rep member. Why should relevant be? Because you appear on television. Because Arise calls you to come and talk about the Wike. That is what makes you relevant. Relevant is to what you can produce to give to the party. As I sit here today, first of all, and I challenge anybody, whether we are not going to win the 3 senatorial seats.
Going by that trend.
That is relevant.
So going by that trend, just to add, that means that because the PDP has always delivered, River State has always delivered for the PDP. So going by that trend, people will say, why does a presidential candidate need you when naturally your people will vote for the PDP?
Will not continue that way. Yes, all the one that River State have been winning. So what have we got from it? Tell me. Tell me. Is it the right?
Wouldn't it take political maneuver to achieve what we are trying to achieve? Turn the minds of the people against a party that they have always voted for at all levels and across all.
That is why people talk about confidence. You see, when you have built yourself to the level where people confidence in you, people know you won't tell them lies. It is only when people see you, they don't trust you. They know what you're telling them now. As you move, you do a different thing. Look, as far as this state is concerned, I have fought battles for this state. Take, for example, you know our problem with Igbo State. I stood firm. We want those oil wells. The same thing with Bayelsa. Before I came, the government was paying money to Bayelsa over Soko oil well. I said, no, it's our oil well. I want to read. I fought for it, and we won. Right? Now, if you look at all my level issues and the rest, so people begin to say, and look at the achievements I've made. Look at the achievements I've made. On Monday, which has never happened, how many months do I have? I'm still awarding contracts to reputable firms like Julius Berger. Who does that?
Why now, Your Excellency?
Why? This is when I've seen the money coming. The demand for I'm going to leave 2-3 months does not mean I should not continue with my work. People are still happy.
The money wasn't there all along?
But that's what I've been doing. I've been doing all kinds of projects. Who has commissioned projects I have commissioned in this country? I did not only commission projects, I am bringing people from outside. You come and commission, not the question of maybe, you know, some of these television, they say that it's not correct. These are old. It is on record. It is not, it's unbeatable. I beat my chest to say it. It's unbeatable. And as I'm living, first of all, I'm finishing well. I'm living with my shoulders high. I'm proud to say it.
You got out of government house.
I've never stayed government house for the past 2.5 years. I've left government house 2.5 years ago.
The question really, the question really,
what is it? What is special about a government house?
Your Excellency, the question really that I need you to answer,
Yes.
more pointedly, is this. Since 1999, 1998, with the local government election, up to the 1999 election,
Yes.
and all of that.
Yes.
These are people whose mind have always been in one place, PDP, all the way. Are you saying that it's possible for you to convince them that because of just one person, the presidential candidate, they should not...
It is not about presidential candidate. You see, you're making you are personal. Hold on. You are personalizing it.
I'm trying to disagree.
No. You are saying presidential candidate. We have problem with PDP, and until that problem is sorted out, and that we have continued to say that, whether the people will listen to me or not, let us wait till 25th of February. Let us wait and see. But the point remains that
will it not boil down to that? That it is because of one man that we are asking them to vote this way for presidential.
Is there any? Did you have agreement with any party? Is there any agreement that this is the party we must be voting for? Is there any agreement like that?
Ultimately, that then makes you guilty of anti-party activity.
What is called anti-party?
Asking people not to vote for your party in a particular election. And vote for them.
Were you there? Were you in the meeting? Were you in the meeting? Okay. Let me ask you, when is anti-party? In 2015. Did you not hear some governors came out and said, we did anti-party? Aluyi Babangida, did you not say that we agreed to vote against Jonathan? Did heaven fall? Why do you think heaven will fall now? I assume so. Who told you that some people have two heads? They can do anything and get away with it, and others cannot do and get away with it. Who tells you that? Who is a first-class citizen? I mean, you see, this is what I don't like.
But have you waited?
We have come out, and you see, it pains some of us. Like you said, how many of them could stand for the party? If I was this kind of characters, that I cannot do. I know how many negotiations that some of my colleagues were even negotiating with the ruling party.
Yes,
I stood firm for this party. Most of these people now ran away from the party. They ran away, destroyed the party. And come now, you are telling me these are the people that will come and discipline me for anti-party.
Exactly.
Who the hell are these people?
Your Excellency, we know that there have been speculations from several quarters that His Excellency Governor Nyesom Wike is thinking of leaving thoughts of leaving the PDP. Some have said you were going to the APC Labour Party and all of that. Have you ever given that a thought?
The party. Have I not said it before?
Why?
That we'll still stay in the party and fight what we're fighting. Who can leave the party for who? For those who ran away? Buccaneers? Who can do that? We will stay in this party. Rather, they will leave and come again. We will not leave.
If you were to leave the party, what would you do differently?
The issue of leaving the party does not arise. I don't do that. I don't speculate.
Let me paint a scenario for you.
Just on this.
Okay.
Sorry, just on this. I recall that, Mr. Governor, you had always challenged PDP that nobody can expel you or suspend you from the party. But there was a time it was reported you sought an injunction preventing the PDP from either suspending you or expelling you as the case may be.
No, you see, this is why I say to refuse certain things now. There are some things I don't want to reveal. We did what we did for certain reasons. We are also not people who can toy with. We know. Like I told you here, somebody can go on air to say you have been suspended. Right? Wrongly or rightly. Now within that period, certain actions you intend to carry out, you may not carry it out. And I hope you've gotten the picture. We know. And so what we did was to, hey, you can't do this. You can't achieve this. Because we know where we're headed.
Yourself a sacred cow.
For who? Sacred cow how? You know, that is the kind of politics I have seen that nobody talks about integrity in government, in politics. Everything is seen as a game. Nobody believes that some people can say, to hell with this, I won't be party to this. Oh, because they believe that you must be in power for you to be relevant. Look, I had the opportunity to go to Senate. I said, no, you should go to other areas. My area have had it sometimes. You should go to the other area. If I still want to be, if it's, then I would have gone to Senate to still be relevant.
That's part of the mystery of this fight that you are.
That's why you should. That's why you should respect us.
You are not building a safe haven for yourself.
What is the safe haven? What's the safe haven?
That you are decided, for instance. That still makes you relevant within.
It's not. It is not correct. I have told you that relevance. No.
A kind of political uncertainty.
You see, that is also the mistake most of you make. Must you be empowered to be relevant? Let me ask you one simple question. Take, for example, you talk about Tinubu. Since 1999, has it not been relevant? Has he contested election? No, you see, it is the way you play yourself. It is not about you occupying a position that makes you relevant. It's about the role you play, that what makes you relevant. Everybody believes that, no, I can't leave power now, let me go there and stay, hang there. That is rubbish.
So are you attending the Tinubu University of Politics? Are you learning from...
No, the point I'm making, I'm only trying to draw an inference that you must not only contest election for you to be relevant. That's the point I'm trying to... It depends on how you carry yourself, the role you play.
So
that makes you relevant. I only made an inference so that you know that it's not contesting election all the time that makes you to be relevant. You can be relevant based on the role you play. How the society see you? How your people receive you?
So we expect to see you as the godfather of politics.
And again, there's nothing like godfather. You see, that is why we will also be having problems. For me, what makes me happy today, as I leave office, how will Rivers people see me? What do they think about me? Am I somebody they can trust? That's what makes the whole lot of difference. Can I walk on the street and not looking back? That's what is important. Or I'll go and carry platoon of soldiers. No.
So someday very
soon. Maybe you'd like to tell us something more about issues leading to the governorship primaries in which people have said you single-handedly chose or selected your governorship candidate.
You see, that is the problem. That is the problem we have with people. You know, all these people who are saying this, if you check their track record, they have always been like that. I want to start an example. In 2006-07, these same characters were the one who went to Dr. Peter Odele and said, sir, you are our leader. Whoever you choose, whoever you nominate as a leader will follow. Hoping that one of them will be nominated. They started playing their interests. When Dr. Peter Odele went for Amechi, the same people who promised they were the first people that struck and wrote petition to EFCC and had the issue of Kele came, the same characters. Now, in my own time, these same characters came. And we have leadership. We have the chairman of Elders Council. O.C. Jokocha is a member. O.C. Jokocha drafted an agreement which was signed by all of them, that whoever the leaders bring, we don't want our house to be divided. Whoever the leaders bring, we will follow. Again, they started their interests. Some of them will go to as far as, I don't know how they know my friends. They will go and talk to my friends, please, let me be the one to be nominated. These are interests. Now, when the leadership met, not to me, O.C. Jokocha was in that meeting. This character, this Celeste Omeha was in that meeting. Chief Sergeant Awuse was in that meeting. Ferdinand Alabraba, the chairman of the was in that meeting. We now said, look, this electoral district have never had gubernatorial, Rivers West have had, Rivers East have had. And it should go to this electoral district. And in this electoral district, let's go to the riverine area. Right? They started. The same characters. Now they go to Abuja and tell Abuja, I nominated. But the same people want me to nominate them. If I had nominated them, for example, I would have done well. Ask them whether did they sign any agreement that they are going to comply when the leadership of the party say, look, in order not to spend resources, to keep our house together, we don't need everybody to begin to kill themselves. Let's work as a team. And that was what happened. They will not tell people the simple truth. These are the same characters. You see, what I don't like is you are plotting for you to be the favorite, right? He is plotting to be the favorite. You are plotting to be the favorite. You are plotting. Now, when he doesn't follow you, you come out. Oh, you want to impose somebody on us.
Your Excellency, the choice of your candidate who is considered not to be very...
How? Who is well-grounded there? Who determines who is well-grounded? Look, let me tell you. When I came out in 2014 to 2015, all these same people opposed me. They opposed me. But I had my way. They opposed me. I had my way. Ask them. They have, because of the issue of 2007, they have been having that grudge. But as a politician, I tag along. I play along to keep the house together. That does not mean you're a fool.
Were you a civil servant, Your Excellency? Were you a civil servant?
I don't need to be a civil servant before I know the right thing to do. I have worked with civil servants. You see, these politics we are playing. There are some people who just come out, this is the way it is. There are people who will be diplomatic about it. Right? I tagged along everybody. They can't say they've never benefited from the government. They are the major beneficiaries of government. So but none of them will have the conscience to say anything. And none of them can challenge me publicly. Not one.
Your Excellency, I asked you if you were a civil servant because many have said your governorship candidate is a mere civil servant.
What is called mayor? What is called mayor? So the law, anybody who is a civil servant has no capacity to govern. It's only you who you claim. You see, somebody who has gotten to the level of Accountant General of the state. Yeah. Is somebody you call him mayor. What qualifies them? Simply because they are running around parties. Some civil servants play politics quietly. You don't need to be shouting.
Exactly. That's the point.
People like to shout.
Your Excellency, no doubt, Sim Fubara has been one of those who led so much under your belt. Along that line, you give it to him. But then, when it comes to politics, Sim seems to be a gentleman who doesn't have that little, I don't want to use that.
Do you know that
little madness that every politician should have?
That is the mistake you are making. Some quiet people can be deadly. You see, these are the things. What is wrong with that?
No, I'm asking a question.
What is being said inside? No one man does it alone. You have a team. That I'm doing well today. It's not only me. I can't do the whole thing. You have people who work with you to achieve results. So we believe, God being on his side, he may even surpass what I've done.
Yeah,
who are the forces? Let me show who are the forces. Where are they?
Your Excellency, are you not now playing the role of the Godfather?
I'm not, but I will support him to succeed. Succeeding does not mean he should be a godfather. You see, the point people make, that it does not mean you should begin to dictate what the person does. But you can't also run away. If he needs your advice, you give one or two advice based on your experience.
You cited an instance of Lagos earlier. Lagos on that you had of what the state should look like, including projects, including some personalities who should be in certain places. And do you have a blueprint for River State with the love you've shown, with all the projects you're doing, the investment in your state? You have a blueprint.
That is why leadership insisted there should be somebody who has been in government with you, who understands what you are doing in order to follow. You don't need to be somebody who does not understand, who never knew how you started and how you are going to end. So as far as we are concerned, we have a blueprint, and we believe that with him being on board, being part of this government, it will not be difficult to continue where we have stopped. And we believe with that, the state will grow faster.
But what happens if he doesn't follow that blueprint?
Well, I don't believe. But however, it does not mean that people cannot change. You see, he may make amends. He may make amends. Of course, everything is subject to amendment based on reality. But what I don't want to, you know, when people say, I'm putting Sim Simara so that's my third time. Fine. If I put you, it will not be my third time. If I put you, it will not be my third time. But if I put him, it will be my third time. You see, what I don't like in politicians, and that's what I say, integrity is lacking. Integrity is lacking. Nobody comes and tells you one thing here and said, I said this thing this morning, and I stand by what I have said. And that's why people see politicians as us. Not all these politicians, they tell you one thing today, they do. And that's what has happened. And I don't want to see myself in that category. I may be wrong, but let it be that this was what I said in the morning. And I said it in the afternoon. And I'm going to say it in the evening.
But what would you do? How would you react if the governor, after you, doesn't continue with the blueprint?
Will I kill him? I mean, he's the governor. He sees more than me. It's his tenure. So if he believes that certain areas of what I did may not be the same way, he's entitled to. Will you go and flog him? Will you go and flog him?
So maybe we should align.
One of the things I show to people is to de-emphasize this attachment about governance, about governor. You see, people are surprised. So many people leave government house, even 29th of May.
Some ask for extension.
Some even would like to stay in the guest house. But I said, listen, what is in all this government, what is this?
Perhaps maybe because we have a Camp David that looks bigger than that government house, two times.
No, it is not that. But mind you, when I was sworn in as governor, I never packed it there more than 1 year. I never. I didn't pack into government house for more than 1 year. For me, it is not about staying in government house. I can stay anywhere and do the work. Frankly speaking, and I'm doing the work.
So perhaps you are building up, you're preparing for maybe a big comeback in 4 years. I mean, you cited the former governor of Lagos State, who has not gone into any elections and is still relevant. So are you preparing for a comeback 4 years, 8 years?
Comeback what?
To presidential ambition. You had a presidential ambition.
You don't know whether you'll be alive. Talking about something future.
Whether or not we plan, that's what plans are about.
First of all, I'm done by May 29th. I have to take a break. I have to withdraw and see what happens. What do I do with my life?
Yeah. What will you do?
That's what I said. I said I have to come back home. I take a break. Then begin to ponder. What do I do? Do I go back to practice? What do I, these are things.
It will be interesting seeing you in court, by the way.
I have not, so that you don't go and say that I promise you that I'll just so that it will be, so that let it be on record. I have not decided. I'm still talking with my wife and my children. I need their own advice. What do you think? What do you think this? What do you think that? So the issue of 4 years, you want to run for election. So this is the problem people are having. How can you contemplate that now? How can you contemplate that when somebody has not even emerged to start? You are not planning yourself to come.
Your Excellency, it's politics. We know these things. But maybe we should align for a moment.
That's again where I say people are wrong.
No, I mean, we've had people say, I had this plan.
You must also bring some integrity to this.
Right.
The point I say, you have not said it's politics. You see, because everybody has this notion, this impression, politicians, they can say this, that. That's what I said, no.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said. We should not have that notion that everybody behaves the same. No.
Right.
No.
Just pardon me, just a quick one. Forgive me. I just want to align quickly with the yearnings of people, because you've talked about your viewpoint, your political activities. But in terms of your choice, you said you have chosen at least.
I have chosen.
No, I'm saying your choice, because you have a vote anyway.
Yes,
you also have a vote.
I voted for him.
Exactly. So you have a choice. You have made it. In fact, you said you've called a meeting of some sort for Rivers people. Some are tweeting and saying, when was that meeting? Because they're not aware of that meeting. But the point, what are the factors
So are we doing a direct democracy where the whole community, you call the whole community?
Well, some of the community members say they are not even aware.
How can they be aware? We're talking about leadership meeting. Leadership has, you see, that's the mistake. You think we will knock a town crier. Whoever is everywhere in River State want to meet. Is that the kind of democracy we practice?
So the grassroots leaders are
for
aware.
them to know because these are the people
They were all
who go out
no. So first of all, you mean which people? We thought
Rivers people.
no, this is a party matter. It cannot be the whole Rivers people. This is party matter. Those who are participated, they voted.
No, we're talking about the coming election.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the primaries.
Oh, no,
okay.
the coming election.
Okay, yes, okay.
I'm saying that some community people are saying, we didn't get the memo to that meeting. We didn't hear anything, and they're still shocked. So,
who?
people, in fact, I just read some tweets to that effect saying,
do you know who that person is?
that we're not even aware of such
listen.
meeting. So you can say all Rivers people are aware.
Listen. No, I won't do that. That strategy may not be too palatable. Let me tell you. It's our strategy. Now let me tell you. In every politics, you have your full soldiers.
The 200,000 people.
I don't know. You have your full soldiers.
That were appointed.
Right? You have your full soldiers. You strategize. And you send the full soldiers. And they go. And they tell the people. I'm not going to do a national broadcast. No. There are ways of communication. Not everybody will buy in. After all, some people are in APC. Some people are in SDP. But the larger followers is PDP.
Some say Labour Party is also strong.
No, I don't know who is strong. Don't bother. It is 25th of February we will know who is strong. You see, the problem again, you people always have is your social media. I've never seen something that can be so misleading. So many politicians are popular. Social media.
And you think Labour Party is an example?
I'm not saying that. But how you rate? When I see some opinion polls, I just sit back and say, come on, where are they getting this feedback from?
But your party also uses it, social media.
I'm not saying that social media is not good. I say most people are popular in social media than being popular in the grassroots. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Meanwhile, Kayode raised an issue that you didn't address.
What did you say?
Raised the issue of the 200,000 foot soldiers.
Yes.
And a member of the Atiku Presidential Campaign Council, just 2 days ago, Frank Shaibu, said the police should investigate the activities of these people. That these are the people.
Please, these are hungry-looking men who think that the only one that can be relevant to the candidate is to talk. Is there anybody today in PDP that wants to be relevant if he does not insult me? Mention one. The only way can be relevant in PDP now, say something against Wike, then you are relevant. Your Excellency, I gave it to him back today. Some even carry the newspaper. Your Excellency, see what I say. You just laugh.
So you know the workings in presidential candidates camp. You have your people in there that tell you what's
I don't
going
need to have people. I'm a politician. I don't need to have people. I'm a politician. Look, let me tell you just what I'm trying to say. We're in River State. You say you're supporting a candidate, for example. We must see the signs. Don't support the candidate just by going to tell him in Abuja. Don't support the candidate by insulting Wike at addressing press conference. No. Go back home. Go to your community. Talk to them. When you are talking to them, we will hear that your campaign is not secret.
Your Excellency,
as I campaign.
To have said some negative things about this other side.
Who?
In your campaign.
That I've said what?
Negative things.
Like what? No, like what? That's not that I said that's not correct. Mention one. Is it the one I said, Abia should answer who killed Kedikbo? It's a question I asked him now.
That's practically saying that.
I don't know. I asked a question. No, let me tell you. Let me tell you, in this state, we know. Let us tell ourselves the simple truth. We know who is who in this state. We know those that led to the killings of people in a particular local government.
And you'll be political associates up until...
Listen. That's why, you see, when you know, Your hands are not clean. Be quiet. Be quiet. Don't talk too much so that you don't put yourself into, so that people don't remember the past. So you see, there are some people who just, look, I have seen Abia say all kinds of things. I came out. I said, listen, why are you talking this? You say, a governor that does not take advice, fine. I said, you're right. If I take advice, I wouldn't have given you, only you, the 2 jobs in your local government. Because I don't take advice. If I listened to advice, I wouldn't have done it. Right? He came out to say, oh, he recommended the company, not that it is his own. Who is he talking to, a small boy? Is he talking to a small boy? I mean, you recommended. So you now know the companies that can do work. You now recommend. And you want people to listen to you that. You said, I sent assassins to kill you. I, the governor. What am I going to send assassins to kill you? You came to run governor 2014, 2015. You couldn't. Nobody will vote for you. I won. I'm doing my second tenure. Why am I going to kill you now? To do what? Are you competing with me to be governor? You want to run. You said no. We cannot make you our candidate because you can't even win. You are not sellable. And you said, I sent assassins after you. Who knows me in this state? I didn't school overseas. All my universities here. So everybody knows who's who. How could you, of all persons, will accuse me of sending assassins? And you did not go to police to make a report. All this is just on television. I mean, have you ever seen such a huge offense? Somebody sent assassins to kill you. You did not go to police up to now to make a report and make a statement. All you hear is just on newspaper, social media. Is that the way to do things? Somebody came after your life? The police is only hearing it on you addressing press. I mean, can you? So I have to come out to ask him, you that is asking me this, accusing me for nothing. Tell Rivers people who killed this man. Tell Rivers people, when you have to be made a minister, somebody wrote a petition against you. The next day, the man was shot in his house. Somebody wrote a petition that you are not supposed to be made a minister. Based on your antecedents, the next day, the man was shot in the mouth in his house, in his local government. I said, tell people who killed this man. I also said to him,
shouldn't that be the job of a police?
No, I said, that's what I'm saying. I said, tell the, look, I mean,
he knows those 2 kids.
Let him say doesn't know, or he knows.
So you can also say you didn't send assassins to him.
Look, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I posed questions, right? They never, there was nothing like that. And even if there was, I couldn't have done that. That's what I'm trying to make. I couldn't have. You see, there must be a basis. Is it a threat to me? I mean, if, okay, he's contending something with me, he's going to be a stumbling block. What is a stumbling block? No, tell me now, what's a stumbling block? What is a stumbling block? Is he contesting now to be governor that he may win? So let me go and kill him. So not to win. So you see, there must be a basis for any action you will take. Tell me, what is it now? When he wanted to run for governorship, I did not kill him, so I don't become a stumbling block. It is now we're going to send people to kill him when I'm leaving office. Is he going to contest? Even if you contest, am I still going to contest as governor?
Let me take a quick detour. Pardon me. Yeah.
You seem to know some of these people behind the River State. Are you worried that they are still walking free?
Which people?
You mentioned some of them.
Listen, you see, the problem I have with the security system, and that's why I said sometimes security system or agencies are part of the problem. Take, for example, Senator Libby made an allegation that somebody said the governor masterminded. I called the commissioner of police. What have you done? He told me that the senator said he's not coming to Rivers State. And I said, what does that mean? Oh, you're not doing it because you heard the name Senator Lee Mabel. But you went on national television and made such an allegation. And you cannot come and make statement. The same thing, this Dr. Bie. Why would police not, gentlemen, this allegation is heavy. Please come. Take his statement. Then begin to investigate. I will surrender myself. But you see, this is the kind of things when I look at. Police, it's when I accuse police of playing hide and seek. Look at the insinuation, look at the accusation. By now, the police ought to have invited the man. Come on. This thing happened. You've not come to make reports. We're just reading it now on social media, on television. Is that the proper thing to do? Why would even IG, having had it, this matter must be investigated? So that if it is not correct, people should stop raising an alarm when there's no alarm. I have told you what happens. When people know they are not going to make it, they try to create a scenario that there will be an excuse of that. If these people, they know that they have no capacity to mobilize for their candidate, they would have gone to the candidate and said, sir, you know, we won't lie to you. That 40,000 seating capacity, sir, we cannot. I even offered, I can give them money to hire people from Bayelsa, Delta, Akwa Ibom. They can bring and fill the place.
Is that allowed in politics?
Most of them, most of the crowd you see, they report from outside and don't come and fill the place. But they say, when you will see the crowd. No, but let me tell you, they are not honorable men. They would have gone to their leader, Seliku, sir. Let them know this is your own capacity. Don't go too high. Something you know you cannot do. My local government is highly registered, is the highest in the state. All right? Okay. What influence do they have in this state? Yes. It was known all over. So you were minister. What was the impact in the state? They don't know two ways about it. You can't be, you see what I say about relevance. You are minister. What did you use it for? Tell me who and who. Whom did you make in your state? I can beat my chest and say, look, when I was there, 25 people did this. I can sit here, name them one by one.
You already told us you are.
Yes, yes.
Let's put you in a campaign mood.
Yes, yes.
From home.
Yes.
Can you share the experience with us?
Oh, it's very fantastic.
Has that been anywhere you went to and you were booed?
No, yeah. How? You know, you see the way you see how happy I am. There's no one local government. There is a competition, so to speak. It's a competition. Because I'm going to tie today. What will I tell people at tie? If I do not do anything, what will I go and tell them? You are coming to tell us to vote here. You are leaving. Did you do anything for the people of Thai?
So what?
So as I go there today, the people of Thai, did I tell you I will do this? Have I done it? Yes.
Are you likely to make more promises?
Of course. No, my own is not promise, don't keep it. No. Promise made, promise fulfilled. That's why I say we are changing the narrative in governance. People now have confidence that you mean government can say they will do this and they're doing it. Okay, look at, take for example, when I went out for the law school, some people came, oh, it's a lie. He cannot build law school. On a record time, I built law school 10 months, unprecedented. The best of it in the country. Go and check it. From foundation, I want to do this. People, you see, Nigerians or the electorates feel happy. Have you seen a politician who will go to a local government and begin to ask, is there anybody who will say, I've not done anything in this local government? Let the person say it now. What do you hear when they say Calabar we are making? I say, you're lying. As I sit here, I say, Degema, see what I've done. Don't be, you have a school. Didn't I do this? I did. Bakari have a school. Harris Town didn't have a school. They said I did. I said, did I not San Fidia area to get more land for the claim? I did it. They have I not finished Mary Wu School? I did. Do you understand me? Have I not connected road to the 6 communities? Kakama, Minama, Kangemama, call them. They say yes. What makes, why will you not be happy?
So are we likely to see more projects inaugurations before May 20?
Of course. In fact, we are starting on Monday. We are flagging off the M1 to Amadama Telma Junction. On Tuesday, we are flagging off the dualization of Ahuda to Omok by Julius Berger the 2. Then on 21st, I'm going to Ogubolo to commission Pogo Wakama Road. On 23rd, I'm commissioning Iloabuchi Road and Aboroma Road.
So
after election, of course. That's why the people are so happy. They are so happy. These people in Abuja, what would they, let me tell you something. You just look at them. Look at the names. They have not even looked at them. Senator Lee Meba was in the Senate. He was chairman of Senate Committee, either upstream or downstream. He was the one that made the PIPP would have been passed before now. He was the one that made him doctor because he knows what he did. Now ask him, what did he bring to a senatorial district? What did he bring? Let him say one trigger. I mean, Ahutoro, Asaretoro, Abu Odua, Ahuda East, Ahuda West, Onelga. Telling me, or you're from a or Moma government, or Patagon, or Biabo, let them challenge me.
How you named the
yes. Not let them challenge me.
You have the entire state in your power.
Because that is why it's easier for me. Yeah, but I can tell you what I did in each local government. I don't need to have the record here. I did it. I supervised it.
All right. If you cast your mind back the last 8 years, is there anything you would have thought maybe I could have done this differently from the way I did it?
What you see in life, there are so many things you want to do. First of all, time will not allow you, and the resources. One thing that I'm living off is that I have not accomplished, really, is Port Harcourt not, we used to have, that's what we're trying to do, but we've not gotten to that level yet, is the issue of sanitation. We have improved. And that's why you can see today, if you are coming to Port Harcourt, you can see how neat. But that does not mean that that is the area. Because Port Harcourt is where everybody wants to go to. The city so clean and the rest. I have said that I will bring it back to that level. But I have not fully achieved it. I will not say here now that yes, I've accomplished that the way I said I was going to do it. So I believe with my successor, knowing fully well that our dream is to bring Port Harcourt back the way people saw it as the garden city of Nigeria. We still have to do that. We have tried in terms of infrastructure. Now listen, when I started the flyovers, you are hearing comments of what economic sense is this, of what this is this. You know that, it's an abandoned project. 2019, in my second tenure. Today, 12 flyovers, 2019 till now, 4 years. 4 years. Tell me where any state has set that record. 2019 now, 12 flyovers, not constructed by any company, by Julius Berger. I'm not sure they work in your state. I'm not sure that you have them in your state. I'm not sure they have them. I go for the best. I go for the best. I'm sure as you are coming, see how you are flying like this, as if you are overseas. It's not true. As you fly, you come down. You fly as you come down. The same people who are criticizing, I just see them the way they drive. I say, look at this guy. See how they are enjoying. But I got to have changed. Inside them, instead of them to commend you, yes, he has done well here. They will still say, if you go to Port Harcourt, he has not done one thing. And then you begin to ask yourself, it's not the Port Harcourt that came back yesterday. How can you tell me that nothing has happened? That is politicians who have no conscience at all. No truth, no integrity. Yes.
We know that the people of Thai are waiting for you. We don't want to...
And they're hearing me too.
Well, they are hearing you too. And I'm sure the more they hear you, the more extractive the crowd will become. So we don't want to encourage you to keep them in the sun for too long. In 2 minutes, just summarize things for the people of River State, particularly having at the back of your mind the national outrage over the issue of new Naira note and maybe campaigns as well.
For me, what's my interest as far as the state is concerned, everybody should know that we have only one state, and that state is River State. We have no other state to go to. Therefore, the unity of the state is paramount. This election is not a do or die affair. No sane person will support violence. Because if he wanted to be killed, so why would he support it? Are you sending your people to be killed? No. But people should play according to rules. I mean, you see somebody come out to say, I will not obey this order. Come on. It's a sitting government. Somebody dares you to say, we will obey this order, this law. It is never acceptable. So, River States have been peaceful. They know whom to vote for. Whether in governorship, they know. So there's no need of people creating an atmosphere of fear. An atmosphere that River State is going to be violent. No way. Mind you, you have seen people attacking INEC office. Has it happened one day in this state? Has it ever happened? You see people go to burn public places. Has it ever happened? Even when under anti-SARS. Look at what happened in other areas. You see, that's why I say people create this atmosphere to give impression that the place is not safe. I have seen people, look at the former Minister of Transport. You see him coming on television, demarketing his state. Assuming do not considering that your state has...
You appeal to the people.
I'm appealing to them to do it quietly, calmly. Vote and go back home and wait for the announcement of the result by appropriate bodies.
And you're confident your presidential candidate will win?
So, vote according to your conscience and where you know that River State will benefit. My paramount job is benefit of rivers. I'm not here to satisfy anybody. I'm here to satisfy Rivers people. If I know that Rivers' interests will not be protected, I will not tell them to go there.
Thank you so much.
I'm not here to satisfy anybody.
Thank you so much. We wish you a successful campaign today in time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you
For
very
the
much.
past 1.5 hours, we've had live with us here on the television networks in Nigeria. The executive governor of River State, His Excellency, Chief Nyesom Ezenwo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And of course, my colleagues here, can you imagine?
We can just introduce ourselves.
Yes.
Miriam Coyote.
Miriam Toko. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Of course, Coyote Kukiolu. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Right, my name is Ben Gary. I'll see you around.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done.
When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students.
Decorating cake it's an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic.
Welcome to an update of the news at 11. The Central Bank of Nigeria has been directed to release the old 200 Naira notes back into circulation as legal tender with the new Naira banknotes for 60 days beginning from February 10th to April 10th this year. President Muhammadu Buhari, who gave the directive in a national broadcast on the State of the Nation, said the Apex Bank should also ensure that the new Naira notes become more available and accessible to citizens through the banks.
To ensure that our citizens enjoy easy access to cash withdrawal through availability of appropriate amount of currency and the ability to make deposits.
And the Federal Executive Council has approved more than 20 billion naira for the replacement of some high-voltage transmission lines in parts of the country towards ensuring stability and efficiency in power supply for sustainable growth and development of the economy. The Council also approved for electronic cargo tracking note scheme to be put in place at the nation's ports to eliminate illicit trade, imports and exports, as well as boost revenue generation.
Changing them, you have to also change the stance.
Security breaches across the country have continued to raise concerns among Nigerians, and a pre-election assessment report by Connected Development is indicating that this trend serves as early warning signal of what should be expected at the 2023 elections. The pre-election assessment report was launched at a meeting with the media in Abuja.
We wanted the Nigerian police, which is the apex law enforcement agency, to increase manpower and work with local security personnel. We're also calling them to watch closely the southeast and the southwest, where we've seen political talkery being used.
Well, that's an update. More updates at 1. Thanks for staying with us.
Beyond cake making, bakers make varieties of baked products suitable for occasions. Pastries could have soft or crusty dough. You can give
cake artist business for decades. She will be sharing her experience and more. Watch our guest display her skills in cake decorating as she creates an elegant concept for your viewing delight. Just get ready to learn and be inspired as we dish out all these and more for you on the show.
Today on Baker's World, my guest is the CEO of Sweetheart House of Cake. She is going to be talking to us about a lot of things. Mrs. Feyikemi Arolashafe, you're welcome to Baker's World.
Thank you very much.
You know, one of the things that I want to know, you've been in business for about 20 years, you say? That is a long time. What has been the driving force behind your success?
First, I'd like to say that I owe everything to God. I mean, He's been faithful. He's kept us all through this. And I'd like to say that majorly, the driving force has been passion. I tell you, if you are not passionate at what you're doing, you can't move at all. So it's been passion for the job, you know, that has kept us. The desire to always satisfy your customers.
Now, I'm glad you even mentioned customers, because I was even going to ask you about customers. You know, it's not every client that comes your way that will be satisfied with what you do for them. There's always going to be that one client that is not satisfied. And I'm sure you've experienced different kind of clients over the years. How do you deal with clients who aren't satisfied?
For me, that have also included in my life to be able to achieve this is diligence.
We've seen a lot of growing trends in bakers working from home, creating structures in their home. How should bakers create their business structure in a way that will not clash with home affairs?
You just need to draw the lines. And you also need to get the understanding of your family members. And for you, as the wife and mother and the business person, you need to know that when it's time for your family, it's time for your family. So you've got to draw the line.
Yes, now let's talk about chicken pie that you're making for me. A lot of people, when they hear chicken pie or meat pie, it usually sounds like a very difficult thing, because now you have to do filling, and then you have to do pastry, and then you have to like make sure it sits right or it's, you know, forms right. So how difficult do you think making chicken pie from home, especially from people who don't have experience on?
Making the chicken pie, I tell you, is really very simple. So if you want to do it and do it well, all you just need to do is pay attention. Follow every step we're going to be showing you today. And I tell you, you're just going to achieve it just as simple as we would do today.
But I will definitely be watching you very close, because I would also like to, you know, make this at home too for my family too. As a professional baker, what other things do you do, get your hands involved with?
If I'm not baking, I'm socializing. I'm either in church or I'm acquiring more skills, like undergoing trainings that would give me fresh ideas in the business. And the baking industry, if you're not baking, as a professional, you could delve into decorating, you could delve into event management, and some of us are even putting our hands into photography now, because photography is part of what we do.
Cake photography.
Yes.
Oh, that is so nice. Thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you so much. My pleasure too.
And that was our conversation with the CEO of Sweetheart House of Cake, Mrs. Feyikemi Arolashafe. Now we have Baker's Gist on the lineup for you. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Making quality baked products and creative sugar art pieces that can satisfy customers requires specific equipment and accessories. Most of these baking equipment are foreign products, which are not pocket-friendly to bakers, especially the beginners. Our gist of the week focuses on made-in-Nigerian baking tools and accessories. Ogbonna is an engineer that prefers solutions to bakers' equipment challenges and makes creativity easy for cake artists.
I'm from my former job, and in the process of developing my skill, I now find out that bakers have some challenges. Most of the product they use is imported. So many of them approached me, can you do this, can you do that? Then we went into research and come up with solutions. So from then, that's how we have been going from every time, every season they will come up with a new innovation. We continue to service them.
Baked oven more pocket-friendly, easy to maintain and cost-effective. These ovens come in different sizes and shapes, depending on the specification. The ovens are made in a way that allows the use of charcoal, sawdust and electricity.
This very one nice gas-powered oven. You can see this one has a 5-step on it with temperature gauge. This one now is deck oven. Yes, deck oven. It's designed for bread. You can see the tray, just like the foreign one. You can see the tray, just deck oven. 30 pieces of big loaves of bread.
When you see an amazingly structured cake and you wonder how it is achieved, just know that innovation has been fused with creativity.
My name is Nena Nkwocha. You're watching Baker's World on NTA. Don't touch that dial.
I'm going to be showing you how to make the African, and to achieve that, we're going to start with the dough. That's the crusty dough. Now you need your flour, and then you add a pinch of salt. You have very little baking powder. It's optional. You have to work everything together, ensure that they are well mixed. So I'm going to add my butter, and then I'm going to rub in the butter. I'm going to rub in the butter nicely until you achieve what looks like breadcrumbs. So this is it. It's all nicely banded. So you want to transfer it to your work surface if you want, just to get a lovely ball. At this point, I'm going to wrap the dough with the cling film, and then I'll store it in the fridge for 30 minutes. The next thing now is making our chicken pie filling, and all that you need to ensure is have your ingredients. And the main thing is your chicken. You have your diced potato, Irish potatoes, you have your carrots, that's the vegetable, and of course you've got your onions, and I tell you, the yellow pepper is really going to give it some super flavor. We have a vegetable oil, of course, and your frying pan, your non-stick frying pan. You just simply place this on your fire or your heating surface. You pour in your vegetable oil, you allow it heat for just some few, because it's not much, and then you have the onions. Your onions goes first into the oil, and then your chicken. The chicken goes in there and you're stirring. It's like you're stir frying. You keep stirring until the pink color disappears. You know, it gives you something like, it becomes like whitish, and then it's not sticky. It's, it comes out really nice and not sticky. At this stage, you can add your seasoning, your chicken seasoning, and some little salt to taste, your curry flavor, and the yellow pepper goes in at this moment because you want it to go right into the chicken. You want to feel it when you're chewing the chicken, okay? And then you stir for a while, and then your slurry to bind up everything. It binds it, and what it does again is it makes it moist while you're baking, so it doesn't make your filling dry out while you're baking. So you simply make your flour paste. You just get just very little flour into a bowl, and you add your water and use your spoon to just make your paste, and you pour it into your chicken and vegetable that's already cooking, and then you just stir immediately, and almost immediately it binds up, and that's it. So your filling is set. Now this is how our filling looks like when it's ready. So you see the slurry just thickened it, and this is it. Really nice. So we have our dough. Why you have chicken pies in the rectangular shape is just to create a distinction between the meat pies and the chicken pies. You know, most times you see the meat pies and I think it's just one shape, the regular shape. So we're going to have this one in the rectangular form. I'm going to fill them nicely with my already prepared filling. So I'm going to already prepared tray. Next, I'm going to show you how to make use of the cutter. I'm sure that's the one you see everywhere, and it's very, very easy. It's super easy. So you just get your pastry. So you now lift it, that's it, you roll it and you place it. Just make sure it's a little bit wider than the size of your cutter, okay? So you now put nicely. And then you cut off the excess. And this way you're sure it's nice. With the fork, you can just pierce through and give it some nice designs and breathing space. So that's it. So at this point, we're going to glaze our chicken pies with our already whisked egg. It gives it this golden look. Comes out really nice. So this is set to go into our preheated oven. Remember I told you, you preheat your oven at a temperature of 350 degrees Fahrenheit and you bake for between 15 to 20 minutes. And that's it. Our chicken pies, the African chicken pies, are out of the oven. See how lovely they're looking, so yummy. I bet you want to have a taste of this. We're going to transfer them to the serving tray, and then we can move over to the next thing, which is the decoration of our cake. Now I'm going to give this beautiful cake a simple but elegant buttercream decoration. So I've got my cream colored one here, I got the light pink and the peach one. It's going to be ombre. So I'm going to start. I'm going to be very generous with my buttercream. Okay, I think I'm done with it. These are sweet colors for summer. Very lovely, soft. So I'm going to clean my palette knife. I want to smoothen that out before I comb through. So I'm going to just go through this gently. So we're going to comb through this cake now. Anybody can do this. I love to do this on the top of my buttercream cake. You have to do this as many times as possible until you get your desired outcome. Now we are set to pop this into the fridge or chiller, whatever, for it to firm up before we stencil. Yeah, our cake is out of the chiller. It's firmed up already, so we want to do some stenciling. So I have my stencil. I'm going to place it right on the cake. I need to be very careful, bearing in mind that this is buttercream. So I'm going to just apply a little pressure to allow it stick on it. I'm going to apply the 3 colors. It's going to give me a wow effect. At this point, I could apply my shimmer if I want to, or I take off my stencil and do that later. If I want to apply the shimmer, I could just do something like this. I just have my shimmer. Not to worry. Okay. Take off the stencil. Now we are done stenciling. It's beautiful. You could still decide to add some pearls depending on how elegant or how rich you want it to be. I've got these sugar pearls here. So you can do this round just any way you want, but I'm going to close it up by piping. I'm going to pipe at both edges, the base and the top. So I'm going to do just a simple piping. It's going to start dropping off the cake, and you don't want that to happen. And if it's too hard, finish off this elegant buttercream cake by just adding a few flowers. You have to position them nicely. And so we want to finish off this cake by placing a topper on it. This cake could actually pass for a birthday cake. So I have this lovely, very simple birthday topper I'm going to just... And that's our elegant, simple buttercream cake and our African chicken.
You know, I quite agree with you. This is one elegant cake. And you know, nothing says elegance than adding a touch of flower, roses, pearls onto your cake. It really comes out well and it brings out the color. Even the gold flakes gives it a touch of elegance. It's really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
And of course, the pie. We need to eat this pie so that we can tell you how good it is. Then you can try something on your own. So let's have a taste of the pie. on the outside, tender on the inside. I could, feel a little bit of the buttery taste, and of course, it has a little bit of spice, which is because of the pepper she added. Oh, this is really good. You try something like this at home. It's not so hard. All you need to do is follow all the steps, the recipe that our baker has shown us in this video. And of course, don't forget this elegant cake. This is really elegant indeed. All you need to do is follow all the steps and procedure she has shown us in this video. And of course, if you're the type that you don't want the trouble or you don't want to go to the stress, that's why we have the pros for you. You can order an elegant cake if this is more your style. Now that's all we have for you today on Baker's World. You can reach us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. It's Baker's World on NTA. So we'll come your way next week with a more and interesting episode of Baker's World. I am Funke Oyele. See you next week.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The Green Chamber is resuming plenary amid electioneering campaigns as Nigeria prepares for the general elections. The Speaker noted that the nature of political conversations determine not just the electoral outcomes, but the quality of governance, and therefore urged Nigerians to unite and ensure that the trend of insecurity and attacks on political actors do not lead to circumstances that threaten forthcoming general elections.
Our obligations have not been any less demanding. Still, I hope you have taken time to rest, recover, and prepare yourselves for the responsibilities that will continue to demand our time, abilities, and efforts. When the 9th House of Representatives was inaugurated in 2019, we hit the ground running to discover and present solutions to our country's problems. Some of our efforts have yielded positive results in some regards, and in other areas to do. We must resolve to continue to do the people's work despite the obligations and distractions of the political campaign season. As we approach the end of our term in office, I am hopeful that we will continue to meet and exceed expectations in this new year. Let us begin this new year with a renewed commitment to legislative action that brings us closer to achieving our highest aspirations for our nation. Let us resume with renewed determination to achieve better oversight of government spending priorities through a collaborative effort with the executive arm of government and civil society, and we remain dedicated to the lofty yet clear ambitions we articulated in our legislative agenda when we resumed in the 9th Assembly. This year, it is imperative that we focus our efforts on completing the tasks we have already initiated and closing out the assignments on which our legacy in this 9th House will be assessed. Several bills still in the legislative process need to be actioned as a matter of urgency, as these bills propose significant improvements across different sectors of our national life. Some of these bills are still in committee, while others are awaiting concurrence in the Senate. We will see to it that we conclude work on these bills so that they can be presented to Mr. President life of this administration. One recurring criticism of the legislature in Nigeria has been the lack of continuity and the absence of tools and procedures for establishing an institutional memory. Government is a continuum. The actions of one administration will continue to impact the country long into the future. As the democratic process leads to continuous personnel turnover, it is vital to have a system that allows future office holders to understand the decisions made by their predecessors. In the executive arm of government, it is established practice to prepare handover notes. I wish today to propose to the House that we adopt this practice at the committee level. The House Committee on Rules and Business will lead this effort to formulating guidelines to make this possible. Over the last few appropriation cycles, the dire conditions of our national finance have required significant borrowing to finance government operations, sustain investments in infrastructure and national security, and improve the living conditions of the Nigerian people. Just as the Ninth Assembly has reformed the appropriations process to ensure timely budget passage, we also intend to leave a legacy of transparency and accountability as a standard for the future. Therefore, as part of preparing our report, make a deliberate effort to give a complete account of our oversight activities in the Ninth House of Representatives. Early in our term, we adopted the legislative agenda as a statement of our governing priorities in the Ninth House of Representatives. We termed the agenda our contract with Nigerians to reflect our determination to be held accountable for the commitments we made therein. Despite many challenges, including the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the contraction of our national economy, and a drastic reduction in resources available for the development, made reasonable progress in achieving the objectives we set in our agenda. It is time to consider what has been done, what we didn't do, and why. The Committee on Monitoring and Implementation of the Legislative Agenda will review activities of the Ninth House of Representatives and present a report on the implementation of our legislative agenda to the House. This is necessary to ensure that we have a report card to show the Nigerian people at the end of our term. But just as importantly, this review will allow us to better understand where we succeeded and where we didn't as a guide for the future. Honorable colleagues, as we approach the general elections, there has been a marked incidence of insecurity and vicious attacks on political actors in parts of the country. We must unite to ensure this dangerous trend does not lead to circumstances that threaten the forthcoming elections. The quality of the political conversations in society up to elections is a determining factor in the electoral outcomes and the quality of governance that will result therefrom. When political discourse seeks to unite the people behind an agenda of shared prosperity, social development, and respect for the humanity of persons, governance will also reflect these priorities. Security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. With these words, the Constitution obligates us all who swear to serve the government to do everything to protect the lives and property of all citizens and promote their well-being above all else. This obligation is central to the governing contract between the government and the citizenry. As leaders in our various communities and constituencies, a politics of accommodation and brotherhood. And we must ensure that no insecurity threatening our country's peace can be attributed to our actions or utterances. This is our constitutional obligation and a moral duty from which we must not deviate. I wish to acknowledge with the most incredible gratitude the efforts of our men and women in uniform, who at this moment are stationed in different parts of the country, taking risks and offering the supreme sacrifice to keep the peace. They are the best of us, to whom we owe not only our gratitude, but also our continued dedication to the offices we hold. Through our efforts to improve the lives of our people, let us make ourselves worthy of the sacrifices these men and women can continue to make on our behalf. Honorable colleagues, I welcome you back to the House of Representatives for a new legislative year. I look forward to a successful year of measurable achievements in the joint task of nation building.
Gbajabiamila also reassured that the Ninth House of Representatives will make use of the less than 5 months of its life cycle to conclude work on bills that will improve different sectors of national life. A matter of urgent importance brought to the notice of the House was the kidnap of a PDP chieftain in Orukanam of Akwa Ibom State.
Enough to take now, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. Your motion.
The House notes with concern and sadness the recurring incidents of incessant abduction, disappearance, and kidnapping going on across the country, and most importantly and recently in Ukanafun Orowonam Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Unfortunately, the whole community was greeted with the sad news of the kidnapping and disappearance of Mr. Enobong Williamson, who until his disappearance was the treasurer, People's Democratic Party, PDP Ward 3, in Orowonam local government area of Akwa Ibom State. That on the 3rd day of November 2022, Mr. Enobong Williamson was kidnapped by unknown men, and all attempts to locate him has proved abortive. The entire community has since commenced a search for him, but no information has been obtained regarding his whereabouts. Worried that the family and associates of Mr. Enobong Williamson have been thrown into traumatic experience and agony since his disappearance on the 3rd November 2022. The House resolved to condemn in strong terms the kidnapping and disappearance of Mr. Enobong Williamson and other incidences of kidnapping across the country, leaving the citizens at the mercy of the kidnappers. 2, mandate the Inspector General of Police and other security agencies to intensify efforts in securing the release of Mr. Enobong Williamson from the den of kidnappers. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I so move.
2 other motions, one urging authorities to assist victims of fire disaster as the Abak Main Market in Akwa Ibom State from Aniekan Umana, and the other from Saidu Musa, appealing for provision of alternative funding source to reconstruct Bida Zungir Road in Niger State were adopted.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I come under Order 8 Rule 4 to ask that this House suspend its rules to allow me take, on the one hand, a motion of urgent public importance on the need to empathize with and provide relief materials for victims of the recent fire incident at Abak Main Market in Abak local government area in Abak Etimekwe Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. So move. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion on the need to empathize with and provide relief materials for the victims of the recent fire incident at Abak Main Market in Abak local government area of Abak Etimekwe Federal Constituency, Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, the House notes that while the people all over the world were eagerly preparing and waiting to usher in the new year 2023 with joy, fire gutted down the popular Abak Main Market at the Abak Market Square area of Abak Township in Abak local government area of Akwa Ibom State on the 30th of December 2022 at midnight and raged all the way into the morning. The House further notes that the inferno, which began at about 12 midnight, lasted for over 6 hours, though it was brought under control through community efforts and intervention of men of the Federal Fire Service at the wee hours of the morning. The House is aware that there has been an alarming increase in fire disasters in various markets and residential areas in the country in the recent past. The House observes that the inferno wreaked havoc on the people and properties, resulting in several burns, injuries, and huge losses incurred by helpless citizens and traders. Disturbed that the ugly incident has left its victims in distraught and helpless, especially at the market, which served as the only source of their livelihood and with so much responsibility to cater for. The House is further disturbed that majority of the victims obtained various loans and funds to finance their trading ventures
And with this unfortunate situation, they have been rendered jobless and unable to meet their daily responsibilities to the financial institutions that supported them. The House is worried that the highly industrious people of this community, who are in the majority traders, farmers, artisans, and small-scale entrepreneurs, have contributed their quota to the maintenance of peace and the general economic development of the. And in the face of the imminent outbreaks and epidemics arising from the dislocation, hunger, and unhealthy lifestyle that this inferno has brought to them. Mr. Speaker, we have full details of all of the compilations of the affected persons, and therefore the House resolves to, 1, call on the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management to immediately take stock of the affected innocent citizens and work out measures to assist them restore their means of livelihood. 2, urge the National Emergency Management Agency to urgently arrange for relief materials to cushion the effect of the losses incurred by these citizens. 3, urge the Federal Fire Service to enhance the
University of Benin Transitional Provision Act, Amendment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal Medical Center, Otun Ekiti Establishment Bill 2022, first reading. Federal Institute of Vocational and Technical Education, Akure North, Ondo State Establishment Bill 2022, first reading.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, CAP 111, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to address emerging trends.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Finance on a bill for an act to amend the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria Act, CAP 111, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, to address emerging trends in the Nigerian economic environment and for related matters. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I rise to second that the bill be read for a second time. I so second.
In line with current realities and for related matters, stand in the name of Honorable Etan Bora, Honorable Abbas Adigun, Honorable Ben Rolands Ibakwa, Honorable Kayode Moshood Akiolu, and Honorable Oluyemi Adewale Taiwo. Honorable members, we recall that the bill on Wednesday, 21 September 2022, and I invite Honorable Oluyemi Adewale Taiwo to move that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Taiwo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill for an act to amend the National Youth Service Corps Act, CAP N 84, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, be now read a second time. I beg to move. First, anybody that has passed through the university that is serving as a corps member automatically has acquired a degree.
I came back on Saturday.
And it is the belief of this amendment.
Which one is that?
That should reflect in their remuneration. Because the 30,000 naira given to them as it is today is our minimum wage threshold. And in line with the present reality, it will be fair if they are given something that befits a graduate, a level 8 officer in the public service. Then secondly, Mr. Speaker, with the changing times, it is our belief that this activity should no longer be compulsory. And that is why there's an amendment we are proposing here to remove the word shall from Section 2, Subsection 1 of the Principal Act and bring in may, making it optional for people to attend. Number 3, as at the time the law was made, presently a lot of our children are schooling abroad, and it is our belief that the Act should capture the people that are schooling outside the country. Because if you look at Section 1A of the Act, it says, subsequent academic year, he shall have graduated at the university in Nigeria. So we are adding or outside Nigeria. The essence, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that anybody that applies for exemption should be granted in such a way that the brain drain that we are experiencing with a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria who schooled abroad, crossed the age of 30 and could not serve. So that if our children go outside the country, outside the shore of Nigeria to school, and they decide to do their masters and even go ahead to do their doctorate, and they could not come back to serve because a lot of our youth now seek to look at the NYSC as a waste of time because it is not giving them, one, the cultural integration that is supposed to harness is not there. Then the technical know-how of the work. You see medical doctors now serving in accountant's office. Then two, Section 2, subsection 1 of the Act says shall, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if, with the agreement of our people, I don't know if we can change it to may, so that it becomes a little optional for people that want to serve. Then 3, law was made in such a way that we did not consider our children that will be schooling abroad. Not too long ago, we have a casualty. Our Minister of Finance served abroad, schooled abroad, was above 30, came to Nigeria to help with the knowledge. Former minister, the former Minister of Finance, came to help with our knowledge. But because of the stringent condition placed on acquisition of certificate of exemption, there was something wrong. And at the end of the day, we lost her. We lost that intelligence and expertise that she would have had, that she left. So the amendment is bringing in people that school outside the country, and if they are schooling, maybe you can go do doctorate. Before coming back, they will have crossed the age of service. And when they come, issuance of certificate of exemption should be made flexible in such a way that you can get it, because when it's difficult, because of the rigidity that there's fraud in it. Today, there are so many youth couples that are doing what they call ghost service. They no longer go. They are no longer interested, Mr. Speaker. But I'm sure if we make it optional, if we make it easy to get the exemption certificate, it will be better. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, what this seeks to do is the fact that Nigeria who applied for exemption certificate should get it with ease, so that at the end of the day, it shall not be bound by any provisions of the Act that may affect their right as a citizen of this country going forward. This is it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Jaha.
Important NYSC after having one, because by the time they go out, they will discover a lot of things that have not been conversant with in their area. So if you said it's optional, you know how our people are. People may think that it's not even serious, it's not going to impair on their qualification to vie for anything in the past or to occupy certain positions. They will make it optional and they will be reluctant to go. But if you make it compulsory, definitely everybody will go and at least discover some things outside his domain. Secondly, on the issue of saying that this time around people are not even benefiting or realizing the benefit of NYSC, I totally disagree with that. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to say the truth. Graduate is a graduate. The assumption is you graduated, you have nothing doing for a living in consonant with the minimum wage of at least level 8 as a graduate. With the improvement of that, people will be anxious to go for NYSC, and that is going to give them a starting point for them to face the realities.
No, 30 years already. It should not be a yardstick for measurement. That's why I said that should not affect the right of any citizen of Nigeria. So long as you are within the country and you are less than 30 years, it's a different thing. But you are outside the country and you have finished your university, first degree, second degree, and you are above 30 years, it should not be a yardstick. That's the one I am speaking of. Certificate of exemption, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign members, it's a question of language. Based on the submissions that he just made or the information that he has just given, to make it optional once you are over 30 and above. That is the submissions that he's making. But my submission is to the effect that even if you are 30 and above, the exemption certificate should not be optional, it should be compulsory. It should be compulsory so that nobody can say that he is over 30 and therefore he cannot be, it's optional for him. Once you are over 30 or you are below 30, it should be compulsory that you should be given an exemption certificate in order to avoid a situation whereby people will now try to circumvent the law by way of changing their age or age qualification and what have you. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, what I want to say is very close to what Honorable Jal has said, that the word shall should remain instead of may. And then what the mover of the bill is saying, that the benefit or the importance of the scheme is no longer tenable. I disagree totally, because if you are in a particular area, you have not gone to test the other side, you will not know the character and the experience of the other side. Like me, I served in a place called Ogu, Enugu State. And till today, the experience is still there, because I learned a lot from the people. So also, let our children continue this way to bring unity and then, what do you call, affection that they have in one side, they were able to get it in the other area where they are serving. For example, people who study in East will not know what is happening in northern Nigeria. But if we are able to go to North, they'll be able to see that what they are telling us, what they are reading about them, some of them are not true. But during the service, they'll be able to know, for example, about the culture and about the food they eat. But if they don't allow them to do it, I believe the division will still be there in the country, and it will bring animosity. So I believe that service, that scheme, is still very, very relevant, and we should allow it to continue that way. Except the remuneration, which is very low. I believe that if you give me 30,000, what am I going to do with it? It cannot sustain me for a week. That's the only aspect I know that we should look at. But in terms of compulsory, it has to be compulsory. That word shall should remain in that act. Thank you so much.
Colleague, is discriminatory. Discriminatory by age. If you attain a certain age, you are not entitled. But if it's optional, I think it's in line with the Constitution, Section 42. Section 42 gives every person the opportunity. Not being discriminated because you are aged, maybe you started school very late. It's not your fault. It might be an economic problem that you didn't start school on time, and you intend to serve your country, and you are discriminated because you have reached a particular point of age. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's not in line with the Constitution, and our Constitution is sacrosanct. Our Constitution is the ground norm upon which other laws originate. So I believe that the current law as it stands breaches the Constitution. And I will look at it in the face of where Honorable Ben Ibaba has brought these issues, laying a very solid foundation for his argument. So I intend and sway by his argument and sway by the Constitution. And I ask every member of this great House to be swayed by that and align with Honorable Ben Ibaba with every submission he has deposited. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker. Ethnic groups, place of origin, sex, as in line with age, religion, or political opinion shall not, by reason only that he is such a person, sex as in age, sex as in age.
Please, Honorable Osai.
I'm coming.
The Constitution has listed the base, right? So many of the laws that we have passed here, otherwise, many of the laws that we have passed here will be illegal because age is actually a feature of many of the laws that have been passed in Parliament, and for good reason. Point of order is overruled.
Various decrees that have now translated into law didn't make a mistake for creating NYC or National Youth Service Scheme. The history is very simple, sir. Remember, it is as a result of the Civil War And because they wanted a national integration, that was why that scheme was brought up. And I believe it has an intention, and they were achieving, even if we are not achieving 100%, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I want to believe what the crafters have foreseen or forecasted, today we are benefiting from it. Two, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it is right for us to begin to encourage to have a two set of laws for different for the same citizens of Nigeria. Whether you are schooling outside the country, it's about opportunity. Those who are schooling within here might have wished to go outside the country. That you have now been situated and then put to this kind of whatever situation to school here should not be used as a disadvantage against any of our citizens. By the information or the outline he has given us to say those who have found themselves to school outside, they have the right to continue. Yes, it's their own opportunity to continue their education, to pursue up to PhD. If they want to come and serve in Nigeria and then have responsible office, they should also be willing to comply to the bylaws that will be set for the country and citizens. In every country, developed or undeveloped, we have programs like that. In the US, you have to go for a compulsory 1 year. In the army, compulsory 1 year. We are not more wise than them. And there's a purpose for that. It brings discipline, it brings what's called integration, and it brings foresight into and then the planning for what you do. It brings also the zeal and then love for your country. That this 1 year scheme is designed for our citizens, so that we can also give in part of what we have. Because in need, you could go for teaching, you could go for other side work, community service. It helps a lot, sir. I want to believe that we should not tamper with that aspect. I wholeheartedly agree that yes, not only then, every other sector, if the economy situation and economic situation permits, we should look into it towards improving the lives of our citizens. Because as you read in your own speech this morning, sir, you captured it very aptly in your welcome speech from the 1 week break. What you read out was that the primary aim of any government is the welfare and protection of life. And so it is nothing out of order, it's not out of order for him to converse for that, but it will be out of order, totally, sir, to think that we should have different set of laws for our citizens. Two, as a former chairman of our federal character, I will tell you many more stories, sir. Some have the opportunity to go out, and when they go out, even within the country here, because of the family background, and this is coming from the ruling class, and those who have the economy, who think they are above service to their community. They will be here in the country after graduation, refuse to go for service, and then come back to say they want to have national appointment. I think those laws should be protected. And it's only when you do that, that you will create a level field ground for those who are voting us, who don't have the opportunity to sponsor their children to go abroad. I think we should not do anything that will make them think we have two sets of citizens in the country. Thank you very much. This is my submission, sir.
Thank you. I think it's important that we note one thing in our debate, but we must look at the essence of the act and the reason why the act was in place. If an amendment now negates the whole idea of the NYSC, then then we might as well repeal the whole law. So that's what we should bear in mind. Honorable Toby.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague Ben for bringing this bill before the House. The idea of second reading is to discuss the principles. And if it's an amendment, it is meant to state what mischief you want to cure. Mr. Speaker, like you rightly stated, what was the reason for establishing the NYSC? Why is it being called National Youth Service Corps? And who is a youth? Actually, I think the drafters of that law and our Constitution are looking for those elements that bind us together. And when you are going to do that, at what age are people impressionable? If we want you to serve at any point in time, we can call it adult youth service or adult service. or adult/youth service. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this is meant to harvest our young men who are able to chest out, even in difficult times, to serve our country. These young people are posted to rural communities. That is when they are within the age of formation, so that they can learn about what happens in other places. So I think initially the youth service was meant for any graduate. It was meant for anybody who has NCE. But over time, it was found that it was necessary to amend it to have an age limit. So it has never always been, it has not been this way all the time. There was a time everybody was serving NCE, any age limit, but at a point it was stopped. So the reason for that was to do so with young people who are impressionable, who can acquaint themselves with other cultures. Two, Mr. Speaker, matters of remuneration are things that have to do with policy, with you appreciating circumstances at that time. It is not something you begin to add as a part of a clause in any legislation. It's usually discretionary. So if we do so now and they say it's within this 40,000, 100,000, what if it becomes necessary? Based on the conditions available, that it should be adjusted. So it is the ones that when we were serving, it was about 16, I think it was about 16 naira or 16,000. Just we bring it to Parliament and begin to go through all this process. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, regarding age limit, I think I've advocated that. I think Osai's point of order was essentially because he wanted to contribute. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, when you say that these are conditions precedent to accomplishing and for qualifying for a purpose, you state the conditions. It is not discriminatory to say that these are the conditions you have to fulfill to be a member of House of Representatives, or to be a president of this country, or to earn this job. It's not discriminatory. That's not what is anticipated by our Constitution. So when you have state conditions for somebody to serve as a copper, I don't think it is discriminatory. So I think that matter is rested, and you probably ruled him out of order. So I think the bench should further consult on this amendment, and then the House taking this quick action. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Toby has raised an interesting observation about the need that can be couched in such a way to give maybe a percentage of minimum wage, or however you want to couch the language.
Mr. Speaker, as a human rights advocate and public affairs expert, Mr. Speaker, I want to clearly call my brother, the provision quoted by my brother Osai is not in consonance. Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me also tell my colleague, the forerunners of this bill, Ipakpa and Co, that this is a constitutional bill. If they think that this bill is no longer essence, they should go for constitutional amendment in the 10th National Assembly. But as to speak, Mr. Speaker, the issues raised by this proposed amendment are not germane to warrant even going to a committee stage. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, just like people have spoken, what is the intendment of the crafters of this legislation, of this law? To bring about national unity, integration, cohesion, foster an understanding of our diverse cultural identities in Nigeria. That's why, for example, Tov is from Benue State. He did the youth service in Port Harcourt. He has known the ways and life of people of River State. So also is for every other person. So if he has not gone, he's still there. That's Speaker, too, on the issue of age, the law provides that everybody will partake in the National Youth Service exercise once you have a first degree. But the exception is that if you are 30 at the point of graduation, you can elect not to partake in the National Youth Service. I know a lot of people at the age of 30 elected not to partake, who have elected not to partake. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of age shouldn't come. My deputy speaker have already stated the clear indication of those who schooled abroad and those who schooled Nigeria. So I don't need to reiterate that fact. But Mr. Speaker, one important thing is that no salary, no remuneration is inserted in the provision of a law. Nobody. Example is the legislator's salary. It's not in any law. It's fixed by the appropriate agency. It's fixed by the appropriate agency based on their guidelines. So just like my deputy leader said, let us not kill the spirit and the interest of this law by even offering any amendment. Let's allow the law as it is, because as it is today, it is serving the purpose and the intendment of the act. I saw.
By the leave of the House, Mr. Speaker, I want to step it down so that we can work further on it for more consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Everybody. No, not the member. I'm talking about the co-sponsors. Because, Honorable Ben, yours is only a portion. Yours is only a portion. Are we all agreed? Yes.
Yes, sir. I think my brother, the Crown Prince Akiolu, is raising his hand, and for the fear that his bill is not being killed or led to raise, that I want to a little bit ask for the stepping down instead of putting the question, because he has a different bill. He has they all have different bills,
components,
yes, but they were consolidated. Yeah. And by the time we take a question on the two, it means then all of the bill may either pass or die. So it's better to allow the bills go on their merit, to have a think again on the issues raised, because it is true that you cannot amend the Constitution through act or motion or bills. You can only come through constitutional amendment. And for some of the reasons they raise, it has to do with constitutional amendment. So my own takes is for the rules and business again to look into the bill with a view. That's better, with a view to separating them and allowing the ones that will go under constitutional, the ones that will go this, so that we can do justice to all of them, sir.
Okay, so yes, I think what the DS is saying, and I think we can all agree, we stand the risk. There are some good parts, and there are one or two that we don't agree with, and we stand the risk if we put the question of killing the whole bill, because you cannot put a different question on this part, yes or no, this part, yes or no. We cannot do that. So the suggestion is that we step it down, let them look at it again, remove whatever they want to remove, whether it's through constitutional amendment, whatever, remove the offensive parts and then represent. Or we go ahead and kill everything. The only other way is to pass the bill, let it go through to the, whether constitutional amendment committee or whatever. Those in favor that we step this bill down, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Honorable Obanta.
Let's observe the parliamentary procedures. Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me a space. I want to lend my voice to the ongoing debate. Mr. Speaker, the essence of parliamentary debate, public hearing, is to enable us find out, correct, amend, vary existing circumstances in any bill, in any policy. Mr. Speaker, the mover of this bill presently, or the movers, we are debating a consolidated bill. And if he's withdrawing, he can only speak about this. And fortunately or unfortunately, it stands consolidated. And in the second option you gave, pass the bill, allow them an opportunity at the public hearing to hear it. A bill may look bad. Excuse me, I'm protected. A bill may look bad. At the public hearing, at the committee level, they'll be able to sieve and separate that. If you now look at our parliamentary timing, if you now step down this bill, within that period, we are working for Nigeria. So
Okay, your point. No, his point is noted. Now, your point is noted.
I think that, in your wisdom, let this bill go to the committee, and the committee will be able to steal the bill, sieve it, bring out the points, or kill it. But it will be inappropriate.
I'm not going to call anybody there because you are not listening to the person talking, so nobody's going to listen to you. So if you cannot listen to somebody else, I'm not going to call you. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, it will be inappropriate at this point to determine or kill the bill. One thing I want to say is all of us agree that NYC must be discussed. We all agree that there are lacuna in NYC. We all agree that the intent of setting up NYC is not being met. So shall we sweep it under the carpet? It must be discussed. Therefore, pass this bill, send it to the committee to do the needful. Thank you.
Now, there are two options on the table. Stepping down a bill is not an unusual thing. One option is to step it down if every co-sponsor is agreed on that. The second option is to pass the bill, but the problem is, now, is this going to the Constitutional Review Committee? DS. Is this meant to come to the Constitutional Review Committee? No. So let us step it down. Let us err on the side of caution. Bill, step down.
Other features at plenary include the first reading of 4 bills, while the bill to amend Nigerian Council of Management Development passed second reading.
Tuesday, 22nd November 2022, and I invite Honorable Tajuddin to move that the bill be read a second time.
On the Nigerian Council for Management Development Act 2022, to restore the membership of the council to its original size, provide the tenure of chairman and members of the council, and correct the inconsistency in the description of the supervising minister. I so submit.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second. Motion as moved by Honorable Kwali. I so move.
Bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Council for Management Development Act, number 24, 2022, to restore the membership of the council to its original size, provide for tenure of the chairman and members of the council, and correct the inconsistency in description of the supervising minister and for related matters. Second reading.
Motion on need to provide an alternative funding source for the reconstruction of Bida Zungeru Road in Niger State, standing in the name of Honorable Saidu Musa Abdullahi. Honorable Abdullahi is invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, this motion is co-sponsored by Honorable Abdullahi Idris Garba because the road is situated in our 2 constituencies. The House notes that the 92-kilometer Bida Zungeru Road is the preeminent link route between the north and southwestern Nigeria, which was first constructed by Costain West Africa in 1962 during the First Republic and reconstructed by the Babangida administration in 1989. Also notes that aside from the recent maintenance on some failed portion of the road through the COVID-19 intervention by FEMA, no rehabilitation has been carried out on the Trunk Hill Road and its bridges since it was rehabilitated over 30 years ago. Aware that Zungeru Town plays host to the ongoing 700 megawatt hydroelectric power station project embarked on by the federal government of Nigeria at the cost of $1.3 billion. The project is part of the federal government strategies to reposition power generation in phases in the country, and upon completion, we have the recognition of a strategic national asset. Also aware that the area from Bida to Zungeru is a major rice belt with huge potentials for other agricultural produce that can hugely contribute to the country's drive at food security. Concerned that the road leading to this strategic national asset, in addition to the huge agricultural endowment of the area, is in a total state of disrepair, leading to road traffic accidents and heavy post-harvest losses, and lowering the ability of farmers in these communities to monetize their farm produce. Also concerned that, despite the approval of the Minister of Works and Transport for the redesign and reconstruction of the road, the amount captured in the 2023 Appropriation Act for the road is grossly inadequate and cannot make any significant impact on the project. Recognize that when reconstructed, the road will open up the western link of the country to the Zungeru hydropower project, which upon completion will generate 700 megawatts of electricity to meet close to 10% of the nation's total domestic energy need, and have positive impact on the country's GDP through enhanced agricultural productivity and commercial activities in the area. The House resolves to hold the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Inland Revenue Services, and other relevant stakeholders to explore Executive Order 007 of 2019, Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Investment Tax Credit Scheme, to produce an alternative funding source to finance the total reconstruction of Bida Lemu Wushishi Zungeru Road in Niger State. Mandate the House Committee on Works, Finance and Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. This is an infrastructure debate motion, so we're not going to debate it. We'll just take a second. My
honorable colleague, I so second.
Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it.
Four bills, among them Bill to domesticate African Union Convention for the Protection of Internally Displaced Persons, passed first reading.
Honourable members, the first business of the day is presentation of four bills, and I invite the clerk to read their short title.
Federal Produce Inspection Service Bill 2023, first reading. African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, Domestication and Enforcement Bill 2023, first reading. GOM Arabic Research Institute Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Standards Organization of Nigeria Repeal and Enactment Bill 2023, first reading.
Three reports of the Committee on Public Petitions, standing in the name of Honorable Jerry Alagbaso. Honorable Alagbaso is invited to present the reports.
I rise to present three reports for laying. One is a report on the House Committee on Public Petitions on the petition by Eni Olisa and Associates against Nigerian Agip Oil Company Limited over the non-compliance with the terms of settlement contained in the court order of the High Court of Asaba, Delta State, in suit number PHFC SSBC TS 48210. And another report of the House Committee on Public Petitions on the petition by Mr. Salahu Dairu against the United Bank for Africa, UBS PLC, on the fraudulent and unauthorized withdrawal of 646,000 naira from the account on 21st January 2022. To present the third report of the House Committee on Public Petitions on the petition by Ms. Sanaib Jibril against the branch manager, First City Development Bank, National Assembly Branch, on illegal, fraudulent, and unauthorized withdrawal of 1,250 from her son's Omar Farouk's account, KISS accounts number 5312840019, CN on 4th November 2021. I here present, Mr. Speaker and colleagues.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Plenary featured the second reading of the bill to establish Nigerian maritime zones, forwarded from the Senate for concurrence, and the bill to amend National Directorate of Employment Act.
The first order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to provide for establishment of the Nigerian maritime zones. And for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader, honorable members, we recall that the bill was transmitted from the Senate, seeking the concurrence of the House, and read the first time on Thursday, 9th December 2021, and I invite the Leader to move that the bill be now read a second time. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Nigerian maritime zones and for related matters, HB 1779, be now read for the second time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Leader. I so second.
Now read the second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act provide for establishment of Nigerian maritime zones and for related matters. Second reading.
The general principle of a bill for an act to amend the National Directorate of Employment Act, strict compliance with the provisions and principles of federal character in employment and vacancies in the country, and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Ganiu Abiodun Johnson. Honorable members recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 29th November 2022, and I invite Honorable Johnson to move that the bill be read a second time.
I rise
to move a bill for an act to amend the National Directorate of Employment Act, Cap 28, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, among other things, empower the Directorate to ensure strict compliance with the provisions and principles of federal character in employment and vacancies in the country, and for related matters, HB 2123, to be read for the second time.
I so second.
Those against please say nay. Ayes have it. Clerk, please read the long title of the bill.
For an act to amend the National Directorate of Employment Act, Cap N28, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to, among other things, empower the Directorate to ensure strict compliance with the provisions and principles of federal character on employment and vacancies in the country and for related matters. Second reading.
The bill is hereby referred to the Committee on Labor, Employment and Productivity, Business and Rules. Honorable Fulata is now invited to move the motion. Acting Chairman.
The House may recall that the following bills were passed by the National Assembly and transmitted to the President for assent. 1. Federal Medical Center Egboro Establishment Bill 2019, HB 347, and 2. Federal University of Medicine and Medical Sciences, Abeokuta, Ogun State Establishment Bill 2021, HB 1484. The House may observe that some fundamental issues which require fresh legislative action emerge after crucial analysis of the bills, hence recommittal of the bills to address the issues. The House do resolve that rescind its decision on the bills as passed and commit same to the Committee of the Whole for consideration. I so submit, sir.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it.
The request is equal to a motion from Representative Sergio Sogun, who made reference to the recent kidnap of train passengers and 2 other incidents. The lawmakers observed with sadness the death of DSP Michael Adams, who lost his life during a rescue operation following a gun duel with the kidnappers, and commended the security personnel for their bravery and sacrifice.
Of the people of Nigeria shall be the primary purpose of government. Aware that the National Assembly is empowered to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Federation or any part thereof, as enshrined in this Section 4 sub 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, 1999. The House is worried about the spate of kidnappings, armed robbery, attacks, and insecurity generally in the country, especially in the Edo Central Senatorial District of Edo State, thus leading to the loss of lives and properties, and is causing palpable fear and apprehension among residents. The House is informed that on Monday 9 January 2023, Mrs. Precious Agbonog, the President of Customary Court, was kidnapped on her way to court around Ugoneki, Igwebe, local government area of Edo State. The House is also informed that former member of the Edo State House of Assembly, Mr. Festus Edugele, was also kidnapped on January 9, 2023 at Ugoneki, same Ugoneki town, on his way to board a flight to Abuja in Benin City. The House is disturbed that these sad incidents occurred 2 days after 20 train passengers were kidnapped at the Igwebe train station while waiting to board a train to Warri, Delta State. The House appreciates the concerted effort by the team of Nigerian Army and Nigerian Police Force, which led to the rescue of the President of the Igwebe Customary Court and Mr. Festus Edugele, as well as 18 out of the 20 train passengers kidnapped. The House is saddened by the death of DSP Michael Adams during the rescue operation by the Nigerian Army and the police officers as a result of gun duel with the kidnappers. The House is cognizant of the urgent need to beef up security formations in the entirety of Edo Central Senatorial District of Edo State to forestall kidnappings and eradicate other acts of criminality in Esan Land and Edo State. The House is convinced that the setting up of a police mobile force base and a Nigerian Army barracks / forward operating base, FOB, within Edo Central
Senatorial District will go a long way in weeding off perpetrators of crimes and criminality from Eastern Land and Edo State in general. The House resolves: 1. Observe a minute of silence in honor of the deceased police officer, DSP Michael Adams, who paid the supreme sacrifice while in active service. 2. Urge the Inspector General of Police to deploy more mobile police personnel to Edo Central Senatorial District of Edo State. 3. Also urge the Chief of Army Staff and the Inspector General of Police to set up a Nigerian Army Barracks or a Forward Operating Base, FOB, and a Police Mobile Force Base, respectively, within Edo Central Senatorial District of Edo State. 4. Mandate the committees on Army and Police Affairs to ensure compliance and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, my highly esteemed colleagues, I so move.
It's an important motion on the security situation in Edo Central, moved by Honorable Sergio Ogun. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. May the souls of the departed rest in peace.
The motion from Dennis Idahosa asking the Ministry of Works to construct a pedestrian bridge at Okada Junction on Benin-Ore Lagos Highway was adopted.
Road by Okada Junction. Standing name of Honorable Dennis Idahosa. Honorable Idahosa is invited to move the motion.
I rise to move a motion on the need to construct pedestrian bridge on Benin-Ore Lagos Road by Okada Junction. The House notes that Benin-Ore Lagos Expressway is one of the busiest highways in Nigeria, with a high volume of vehicles connecting the southwest to southeast, north, and south-south zone of the country. And the road hosts several communities and towns. Among the town is Okada. The House is also aware. Also note that the road connecting Okada town, Igobazowa community, and Benin City on the expressway is a popular Okada junction, a hub for commercial buses and traders, running through over 15 minutes of pedestrian and commercial activities. Aware that the lives of Nigerians who go about their daily activities on the Okada junction are endangered by the absence of pedestrian flyover, thus resulting to the loss of life. Also aware that the residents have continually made a public outcry to the government to construct a pedestrian bridge at Okada Junction to avert accident and loss of life. The House is worried that apart from the danger to which human lives are exposed, another challenge is that the non-availability of pedestrian bridge discourage residents from hustling for their daily economic activities. The House is also worried that the school children, traders, workers have been crushed to death and injured in their attempt to cross the express road. The House is resolved to urge the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing to immediately embark on the construction of a pedestrian bridge across the expressway of Okada Junction on the Benin-Ore Lagos Road, Edo State, to save the lives of Nigerians who are forced to run across the highway to go about their various activities. The House is also mandating the legislative compliance to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If there are other such, spaces along that route that require bridges, somebody can come up with a separate motion that will be given the same level of importance. Infrastructure that requires attention to be given attention. But by the time you bring all of them together, it waters down the importance of the one that has been raised at the moment. I suggest very strongly that this should be allowed to go, and whoever has need for the subsequent one should bring it up. This House is still here to attend to such a request. Thank you very much.
Right? That main express road. So if there are, say, 3 pedestrian bridges necessary to cover that express road, if there are 3 and he's bringing a motion for 1, Do we now wait for a second motion, a third motion, and waste the time of the House when all three bridges, for instance, can be captured in one sentence? That's just my own opinion, but we'll put the question. I just think it's a way of, that amendment is a way of just addressing the issue once and for all. I think, but I may be, I don't know, I may be wrong. Honorable Gaza.
Seconding the very important and proactive amendment.
Now you are going to fall into the trap of what Honorable Akpatas is saying about watering down.
So that they can fund that project. It will not just be that we are passing this motion for passing sake. But I think my honorable colleagues wouldn't want that.
They are bringing the form from the ministry.
All right,
Secondly, we have passed this motion, but we should emphasize very strongly the recommendation of Idahosa so that it has to be first captured before any other pedestrian bridges.
All infrastructural motions in this House, and we've already taken about 3 already. In my opinion, when motions like this come, so there is no elasticity of if at the end of the day we are not able to fund it in this year's budget, and I'm sure they'll find a place. If they're not able to, they'll capture it in the next budget. There's no expiration date for a resolution of the House. All right, so we'll put the question, the substantive of the substantive motion as amended. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. An act to provide for establishment of Federal University of History and Archaeology, ACA, Kwara State, and for related matters. Honourable members recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 22nd December 2022. The Leader of the House will move for its consideration.
I rise, as directed by the Speaker, my honourable colleagues, to move item 9 on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, which reads, a bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal University of History and Archaeology, AC, Kwara State, and for related matters, HB 2159, be considered for this by this House. Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I so move.
Now, if history is not being studied, then there's a gap. What's the measures?
No, but you want to debate it.
Yeah,
you are debating it.
No,
before we get into debate, somebody has to second it.
No, I just want to allow the House. As
okay, go ahead.
You know, if history has not been studied for the past 7 years, then means there's a vacuum. Now you want to establish an university of history. Where are you chalking off the students to go to such an university of history? Now if there's a gap, even if you establish that university today, there are no students to come in. Because you are now establishing the University of History. I think we should be very, very realistic and see reason why most of these bills should not be debated in the floor of the House in the first instance. Because it's as if our curriculum have changed. And we should change it for the better, not just because we want to establish a higher institution for establishing sake. I hope I'm speaking the mind of this House.
Economic advancement of Nigeria and for related matters. Honourable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Thursday, 24th November 2022. Leader will move for its consideration. The House Leader will move for its consideration.
A bill for an act to provide for establishment of Project Development Agency, PRODA, PRODA, Enugu, to conduct scientific, engineering and technological research aimed at facilitating the domestication and industrialization of appropriate technology for socio-economic advancement of Nigeria and for related matters, HB 2036, for consideration. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I so respectfully move.
Against the management of National Space Research and Development Agency, NASRA, an appeal for justice. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the same considerations apply to order number 12 and 13. I so move for consideration, Mr. Speaker.
I so second.
Thank you. Those in support, please say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it.
That this House do resolve to the Committee of the Whole to consider report, I so move.
Those in support of the motion, please say aye.
The bill seeking legal backing to Projects Development Agency PRODA Enugu to conduct scientific, engineering and technological research was considered and approved.
Respected colleagues, the first bill to be considered for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal University of History and Archaeology, SA, Kwara State, and for related matters. And I invite the leader of the House to give the synopsis of the bill.
This is an establishment bill of cooperation between the chambers that we should go ahead and give the necessary support. Thank you very much.
I honestly believe that we should be convinced. So step down for further legislative action. You have to get reasons as to why we should have this kind of university. Thank you. Consider step down of this particular bill, step down by leave of the House for further legislative action.
This bill has come for second reading. We allow it to come up to consideration. At this stage, we will consider clause by clause. If there is any clause that we think it is offensive, then we either jettison it or amend it. Then it will go to the committee of the whole, where stakeholders will be invited to come and give their own opinion. At this stage, the committee can give a report that this bill should be thrown out.
Chief Whip, let me intervene like this. You are aware, just this morning, we stepped down about 3 or 4 bills. Maybe for whatever reason, could be funding, could be other reasons. So it has failed the test of the public hearing. I don't know whether this is one of such bills. 2, yes, we are at the stage of the committee of the whole. And that's why they need a concurrence for the bill to get passed by the National Assembly before the assent, or could be sent to Mr. President for assent. But under this dispensation, that education is being focused on science and technology, and they are now setting up institutions for history. I mean, we have already in almost every university in Nigeria, at least the first generation universities have the Department of History and Archaeology. So why do we need to establish a university for that purpose only? I think it's not bad. If they're convinced, we can come back and consider it. Many things happen on the floor that you are aware. Person on this particular, I'm supposed to have the details of the report before the day, so that I will be detailed in terms of my understanding and then guidance. But I don't have it. So I don't want to go to other reasons. Yes. Thank you. PRODA Enugu to conduct scientific, engineering, and technological research and aimed at facilitating the domestication and industrialization of appropriate technology for socio-economic advancement of Nigeria and for related matters. I now invite the leader of the House to give the synopsis of the bill.
I don't know if this bill is to give legislative backing to the existing one or to establish a new one, so I need information on that. Unfortunately, I don't have that yet.
Makodi, alongside other states, we could have PRODA, maybe except if you are talking about legal backing. Okay.
It's existing, we just need the legal backing.
So, excuse me, legal backing, if you are asking for legal backing, where is the headquarters of the agency? It's in Enugu. Thank you. That this is an establishment bill, all along it doesn't have the instrument, legal backing. It's not exposing. No. Back 1960s, 3064, and that's the Federal Medical Laboratory School. Until this year, before we pass the enabling law to give effect to the existence of that institution. So do not be surprised. Some of the institutions were doled out through pronouncements, and this could be one. Thank you. In fact, Federal Medical that will provide a law for them, enabling. Thank you. 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus 9, plus 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, sir. 22 plus 3, 24 to 25, 26 to 33, 34 to 35, 36, 37, 37 to 46. Schedules. Long title. Thank you. Respected colleagues, consider is that of Committee on Public Petition on petition by Abbas M. Sani against the management of National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA. I now invite Honorable Jerry Alagboson, leader of the Elders Caucus, to give the synopsis of the report.
Case of man's humanity to man, Mr. Chairman. We look at the merits and all the Director of General National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, to reinstate the petitioner and pay him all his arrears. Because the petitioner went to court and later withdrew it and came to the Parliament. We look at the merits and recommended that he should be reinstated and paid all his arrears, Mr. Chairman. This is not like other nations. They are all self-explanatory, Mr. Chairman.
He withdrew his petition. On what ground did he withdraw his petition at the court and then return it? Is that part of the settlement?
Yes.
So he tell us.
He was compared to come to a more favorable place. That's the National Assembly. And like he normally said, we urge the NASDA to research on compassionate ground and warn him to desist from abandoning his work or his responsibilities. Chairman, I can always advise.
And then you are now saying it should be done on compassionate ground. I thought we should dwell more on the merits than the compassionate ground. If he has merit, we now know for the reason like this, we are asking the agency to reinstate him. It's different from compassionate ground. Lawyers, bail us out.
Procedure will be followed and all the disciplinary actions will be adopted. But at the end of the day, the victim may apply for a justice to be tempered with mercy. This is where the issue of compassionate ground may come. Maybe from the investigation of the committee, they realize that there are areas where Abbas M. Sani is at fault, and the organization must have followed all the required procedure to provide disciplinary actions based on the disciplinary situation of the organization, and found him with some issues. So based on compassionate ground, the committee is appealing to the Director General and of the agency to consider it.
Honorable Judge, to come and say ABC should be allowed because we are not doing good service by doing that to our nation. And that's why if we find genuine cases, of course we'll promote such persons being reinstated. Where the person has committed grievous offenses, it's not my own responsibility. It's not responsibility to come and say, okay, take him back into the system. You will wake up one day to find good civil servants out of the service. And that would be against your interest and my interest as a citizen of this country.
Ground that the committee had not found him wanting in any case, and so therefore he should be reinstated back to his job. I think that recommendation should be corrected because from the findings there is nowhere in the content of the document that showed that the petitioner had any issue that warranted his dismissal from service. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to apply that we make it rather than compassionate, but rather instruct that he should be reinstated and be placed properly in his job.
Thank you. I think and so the likelihood being him being victimized early on could be the case, and so he needs our protection. Thank you.
Yes. So to me, the issue of even compassionate something should not even arise because 2004. And if you look at the second finding, that in the space of 10 years after service, that is, he has been serving for 10 years, he performed his duties but was not promoted despite his numerous pleas. Despite his numerous pleas for career progression, which yielded minimal result when his appointment was upgraded from the post of principal internal auditor to chief internal auditor. Findings number 3 is where the matter is. That for calling on the ministry to lift its embargo, he was just calling for the ministry to lift its embargo on promotion and championing his own cause. There is nothing wrong for you to fight for yourself. In championing his own cause, he was subjected...
One man union is gone.
So he was subjected to numerous disciplinary cases, including interdiction, that placed him on half pay and eventually stoppage of his salary on 24th February 20. As far as we are concerned, and as far as the finding of the committee is concerned, in fact, this employee deserves an unreserved apology from the organization.
Pay all arrears of his salaries and place him properly as at today.
Thank you. Seconder, the amendment. Yes, sir. Oni.
All right, second amendment as ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Say aye. Against any. That's have it. One as amended. Recommendation 2, 3. Thank you. On petition by concerned pensioners of Delta State Company against the Pension Transition Arrangement Directorate, PTAT, an increase in pension rate of 150% with effect from 1st January 1999 and 30% effective from January 2000. I now invite Lagboso to give the synopsis of the report.
The report of the House Committee on Public Petitions. That's the substance, the main reason for this petition is that Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, in calculating the pensions of 1,370 workers of Delta State, made a mistake and removed the increase of 150% and 30% with effect from January 2000 and 2000 respectively. So the pensioners are arguing, Mr. Chairman, that they should please use the result of the stakeholder meeting they held, where it was agreed.
On the Committee on Public Petition, on the petition by aggrieved drivers of Adax Petroleum against the management of Adax Petroleum Development Nigeria Limited and for slavery, inhuman treatment, and unlawful termination of employment, and deferred consideration of the report for further legislative action. Leader, move for the adoption of the report.
The Committee of the Whole be adopted. I so move. I second the motion.
Say aye. Against any, that's have it.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
The captivating yet intriguing sights and engaging and unique sounds can leave a sightseer in awe. But when you make these adventures, do you go searching for your familiar foods, or are you adventurous like me to taste new delicacies? Though I am not a food taster,
I'm on the trail of 6 different Nigerian cuisines, and my first stop is going to be Benue State, where the attraction isn't really pounded yam, but the soup. Okoho soup is indigenous to the people of Idoma land in Benue State, and to my knowledge, the thickest soup in the country. Chefs Elehi and Ada are going to be taking me on the rudiments of eating Okoho soup.
The way we make our Okoho soup, it comes from a stem. It's a long stem, it's dried. So when you pluck the stem out, you beat it out, plug it into tiny shredded pieces. Then you tie it together, put it in a bowl, add your very hot water that is fully cooked. Then you leave it for a while. So when you begin to press it, the juice, which is the liquid, will begin to come out of the okoho. So you drain that out. That's the one you use for the stock. So you now add that juice that you got from the stem, the one you squeezed out, pour it inside and whip. It's really thick.
And when you take a mold of pounded yam, you mold it, then you go into the soup. You turn it like, because it's thick, then you have to, with the tip of your tongue, that would be the scissors.
Okoho soup may arguably be the world's slimiest soup and very tasty. While we are salivating on the tasty Okoho soup, let us travel to Delta State, famous for their thick and slimy delicacy. This time not a soup, but a yellowish dough, starch. Starch can be eaten with any soup, but its number one companion is banga soup, followed closely by owo soup, another local delicacy. Starch is made from cassava, and though it's tasteless eaten alone, it is mouth-watery taken with banga soup. It is originally an Urobo delight, but now a common feature in states in the South-South. Before settling down to a meal of starch, be sure to get a lesson or two on how to cut it. From there, we head west, where amala and ewedu mixed with bigiri and pomo is a party favorite. But this meal has traveled far past the southwestern borders. So let's skip that and take a look at ewa agoyin. It's a meal made from black-eyed beans, which is cooked extremely soft and mashed. It is taken with a barely ground pepper sauce. This is popular in many streets and homes in Yoruba land. Then we head north and pay homage to the tuwo shinkafa, the miyan kuka. Tuwo shinkafa is made from short grain rice, which is overcooked and made into a mold, while the miyan kuka is from the powdery leaves of the baobab tree. It is said to be the easiest soup in the north to prepare. Then we go east, where we have ofe onobu, ofe nsala, ofe oweri. But what caught my eye was abacha, a mixture of cassava, vegetables, garden egg, onions, and whatever you like to put into it, with stew poured on top and fish to go with it. Just like the kola nut, this meal must be present at any Igbo celebration, and it is said it does not understand any language other than Igbo. Finally, the famous Nigerian party jollof rice. This is a meal general to every region in Nigeria. Though preparation and ingredients may differ from place to place and amongst households, they all arrive at the same mouth-watery finish. There are many more foods I am off to taste, and I would suggest you do the same. Meanwhile, I have an invite to Rivers State,
where fisherman soup is one of the delicacies of that state. Why don't you join me?
This is Africa 54.
Somalia experiences an historic drought, pushing acute food insecurity. Musicians in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo take to the stage to sing for peace. And in our tech report, a groundbreaking app connects young mothers in Ghana. VOS Paul Ndiho has the details. All of this and much more on today's Africa 54.
Somalia continues to struggle during a historic drought that is pushing millions of residents into insecurity. Alvaro Lario, president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, says the UN agency is substantially strengthening its support to Somalia. The agency is also resuming direct investments after loan arrears resulted in a 3-decade-long suspension. President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud is welcoming the re-engagement. According to the integrated phase classification, 5.6 million Somalis are currently experiencing high levels of food insecurity. Projections show that as many as 8.3 million may face acute food insecurity between April and June 2023. IFAD is actively mobilizing grants from donors to Somalia and channeling resources for rural development projects in the country.
The Horn of Africa is experiencing the longest and most severe drought on record. High prices on food, fuel, and fertilizer are worsening the situation. I am proud to stand here today with the President of Somalia and to recognize that through the generous contribution of several IFAD members, Somalia will be able to access IFAD resources once more. This comes at a critical time when Somalia is facing increasing challenges to food security.
Challenges of Somalia are too many, and what's required in order for Somalia to reach food self-sufficiency is not limited to the support of IFAD only, but IFAD is starting now the process of transitioning from humanitarian aid to development. This is the beginning.
Lario says IFAD's objective is to invest in the entire value chain on how food is produced, commercialized, and stored. More than 20 artists from across Africa took to the stage in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo to support victims of conflict at a recent music festival, despite rising insecurity in the area. David Doyle has more.
Artists from across Africa took to the stage in violence-hit Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The Amani Festival, that's the Swahili word for peace, is a show of support for victims of conflict. More than 20 acts from across the continent performed, and that's despite rising insecurity in the region.
Wherever there is a no-go area in Africa, our mission is to be there with you.
Senegalese rap star Didier Awadi said the message of the event was one of peace and reconciliation.
Today, Congo is going through a dark time. We have the duty to be in the side of the people who are being attacked.
The event had been due to take place in Goma, but an offensive by rebels from the M23 group has been drawing closer to the city, which is the capital of North Kivu province. Instead, Amani was moved for the first time since its launch in 2014 to Bukavu. That's the capital of South Kivu province and deemed relatively safer despite the presence of several armed groups. Several artists from Bukavu took part. Singer Rain said performed a Mutuashi dance, also known as the Dance of Freedom.
We as musicians don't have tools to help these mothers who suffer with the war, but we convey our messages through our songs.
The festival was attended by more than 30,000 people.
That was David Doyle of Reuters reporting. The M23 rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo are advancing and seizing territory in North Kivu province. Fighting, which began about a month ago, is leading to massive new displacements of people. A new camp near Goma for the displaced is quickly filling up. For more perspective on the humanitarian crisis, Fred Bauma, a senior fellow native of Congo, joins me live from Kinshasa. Mr. Bauma, welcome to Africa 54.
Thank you.
Now, the big question is, how is it possible that the M23 rebel group continues to advance, continues to destabilize Congo, while an East African regional force is in Congo for the sole purpose of defeating such rebels as M23?
Actually, that's a good question. I think many Congolese people share the same question, and that is the reason why we saw demonstration in Goma recently, where people shared their frustration against the force which they were expecting will be an offensive one, and they are still waiting for it to start intervene. So far, I think there is a gap between the way people understand the force and the way probably the force understands its own mission. So far, they've been trying to negotiate the withdrawal of M23, and even in that, they haven't been very successful. So there is a growing frustration among population who are wondering what should be the necessity of.
Right, Fred, do we know where the M23 gets funding from? Where do they get all these weapons?
So according to the UN group of experts reports, M23 is supported by Rwanda, I think both politically and militarily. Rwanda provides some of the ammunition to M23. There is also a lot of element that shows that Uganda also supports M23, but we can't say to which scale Uganda is supporting them. And also, it's clear that M23 is using some sort of taxation locally to support it.
It's very interesting that you mentioned Rwanda supporting M23, but recently there was a meeting between the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, and President Felix Tshisekedi. What came out of that meeting?
I think it's fair to say that nothing came out of that meeting. There were a statement. So that happened February 4th in Bujumbura. There were a statement that was published by the Eastern African community calling to negotiation. And the next day, the Congolese government published another statement reminding the community that the mission of the force, the regional force, was solely offensive. A few days later, there was a meeting with head of armies of Eastern African community countries, and they were they're saying now that they are planning for military operation by the end of March if M23 and other group do not withdraw themselves. But it's less likely that that can happen. And I think there will continue to be growing frustration among population against that force and growing tension between Rwanda and Congo if nothing is done.
Fred, many thanks for your perspective.
Thank you very much.
Fred Bauma is a senior fellow at New York University. As part of VOA's Black History Month coverage, Ignatius Ano reports from the National Council for Negro Women here in Washington that it is believed to be the only black-owned building in the heart of the U.S. Capitol.
Across the United States, it's Black History Month. The theme for this year is Black Resistance. And today, we're coming to you from the premises of the National Council for Negro Women to have a chat with the president and CEO of the organization, Siobhan Aline Bradley. We're going to have a conversation on a wide range of topics from where the African Americans stand in the United States today, their mission and advocacy for women of African descent, their families and communities, to environmental justice, and of course, increased calls for police reform in this country. I am Ignatius Ano, so join me.
We call this the corridor of power. And the corridor of power is significant because those two of the Capitol and the White House is really where the power structure leads in our democracy in the United States. Now, the same democracy that has been responsible for the atrocities we call slavery and those policies that were passed that really oppressed Black Americans in this country. But for us to be in a building that had a burned mortgage by Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, she had celebrities like Oprah Winfrey to support us and ensure that this building was secured. But by doing so, it means that we are resilient people, that we have a place in history. This actual building is also a part of the National Registry of History. So this is an actual building that is listed as a historical site in this city. And what we want to highlight about being at 633 is that this is the place that is also heading down towards the African American Museum. So there's so much connection to this actual physical space, but even more so, the significance of Black women in power.
Thank you so much to your work for women of African descent, their families and their communities, particularly at a time like this where the country is celebrating Black History Month?
So I think there's a lot of misconceptions about understanding what we say when we mean women of African descent.
Right.
And as someone who understands the context for the diaspora, for NCNW, many don't know that we were the first Black organization actually as an NGO at the United Nations. And so this opportunity to be named as an NGO, a non-governmental organization that had status at the UN, it meant that we had interface with women across the globe. But there's a special affinity for women of African descent, and particularly women that represent the continent, because for African American women and African women, there is a connection. We don't always talk about it, we don't always engage in it, but the NCNW has been committed to it. We focus on issues like access to hygiene products, for opportunities for women in business, where we have entrepreneurs that are able to engage in other countries. Dorothy Height was one of the first women that actually traveled to Ghana, to Kenya, to be able to engage in support missions around healthcare for women, women who are having children. So there has been an alignment between NCNW and women of African descent, but I'm here to tell you there's a new commitment. We are now preparing ourselves for the International Day for Women. We are preparing ourselves to re-engage on the UN. And one of our major focuses is around clean water, an issue that crosses not only United States lines, but also lines as we think about our sisters on the continent of Africa.
That was VOA's Ignatius Anor speaking to Siobhan Arlene Bradley, President and CEO of the National Council for Negro Women. The Benin bronzes displayed in museums worldwide have been steeped in controversy for more than a century. We're talking about thousands of treasures stolen from in present-day Nigeria by British troops during colonial times. The Smithsonian National Museum for African Art has now joined European museums in repatriating some of the looted artifacts in their collections. Heidi Adams, host of Straight Talk Africa, visited the museum to find out if their repatriation could change the way African art is acquired and exhibited in future.
The Smithsonian Institution is one of the biggest cultural organizations in the world. The repatriation of the Benin bronzes is part of the institution's so-called New Ethical Returns Policy. Nairi Blankenberg is the director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African Art. I asked her how stolen African art can end up in museums like hers in the first place.
The process for how objects end up in a museum vary depending on the museum. So because the Americans didn't have a colonial presence, the U.S., we were not a part of the process of removal. Per se. I mean, it was for the Benin bronzes, it was 1897, it was a British expedition, that's quite clear. But what often happens is things that are removed, they make their way into the market, the art market, and then they are acquired through various people. And so through collectors, through traders, through diplomats, through missionaries, etc. And then often those things are gifted to a museum or donated to them. So our bronzes came from many different routes. They were all gifted to us. Some were inherited from other collections. And so they made their way into our collection, and at different times, since the 70s and the 80s, I think even as early as the 90s, and they found themselves in our collection.
Walls, visitors can see firsthand the righting of a wrong, 130 years in the making. Empty frames illustrate how many Africans have felt about their heritage for so long. Emptiness that is only now being restored.
There have been calls for decades now, if not longer, for these items to be repatriated or for restitution to happen. What took the Smithsonian so long? Why now?
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to say. I can't say with certainty that the request hasn't been made until now. I know that we have certainly had the bronzes for many years, and we've worked very closely with the Royal Palace in Benin City of Edo State for many, many years. And so it's not that we've been hiding that they're here. You can see here we've always acknowledged the circumstances under which they were removed. And so I think it was really a confluence of perhaps leadership and also, you know, I suppose growing consciousness in the museum community. I feel nervous saying that because I also don't want to dismiss the efforts that have been made through African governments and states and activists for decades around this issue. So I don't want to pretend that this is suddenly a new issue when it's not. People seem to be listening a little bit more now.
Still to come, we'll tell you about a new Ghanaian app called Talkative Mom. We'll be right back. In other news, 8 days and was heading to Europe. And Zimbabwe's Finance Minister Mthuli Ntube says the nation's creditors are meeting on February 23rd as the country takes steps towards clearing more than 6 billion of arrears on its foreign debt. It's time for a technology report, and joining us now is our tech reporter, Paul Ndiho. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Esther. A Ghanaian app called Talkative Mom is making an impact in the lives of mothers by providing them with a community where they can share their stories and find inspiration, advice, and comfort. For more insight, I spoke to Ino Kwagarin, founder and CEO of the Ghana-based Talkative Mom app. Welcome to Africa 54.
Thank you.
You are a rising star in Ghana. You came up with this incredible idea, the Talkative Mom, and that app has been buzzing for a while. Tell us more about it.
Talkative Mom is Ghana's first and only parenting app at the moment, and it's essentially a platform for young parents to help them navigate their parenting journey. Right now, we have 4 features. So the first feature is our parents' fix engine, where parents who have questions can go tap in their questions, and then we have the answers pop out. And we have the second feature, which is a marketplace, where I have over 150 small businesses on there with their products, so parents can shop, and then you know, their orders are fulfilled and sent to them. Our third feature is the blog, and the blog is how Talkative Mom started out. We started out as a blog where I was
got to do. I remember our first daughter. It was very interesting. We were almost like, it didn't matter how many books we read, how many YouTube videos we watched. It was just chaos, like almost every day. I'm happy to hear that somebody has come up with something very innovative that brings young parents together. From your vantage point, what do you guys talk about?
We started out as just a platform where we would chat about our own. Before then, in Ghana, the culture in Ghana was that pregnancy, childbirth wasn't really discussed. You know, you have to keep it a secret. So stories weren't really shared, and a lot of young mothers found themselves lost when they have their babies. So once I started to open up a little bit about my story and my, you know, some of the difficulties that I experienced in the labor ward and even afterwards, I realized that I had started to build a community of, you know, parents who wanted to also share their stories, learn from each other, and that sort of thing. So we discussed everything. There's no topic that is off limits. Everything is shared so that people don't feel like they have to be, you know, super women, super men, do it all on their own. They feel like they have a tribe to depend on. They can ask for whatever resources that they need, and then they'll get that, you know, given to them or, you know, answered.
What has been the feedback like for you and maybe the people who participate on this app or the programs that you host?
It's been fantastic. Patronage, I mean, for all of my events sell out. Like usually, you know, once I announce it, you know, tickets are gone. Like people always attend, people always patronize. It's been really, really good. I think it's been like a refresh for a lot of people because it serves as a safe space. No matter what events I do, I make sure that it's a safe space and it's very inclusive.
Your app was at one time the #1 app in terms of ranking. Can you speak to that?
So when the app was launched, in 48 hours, we got an email saying that our Talkative Mom app was the #2 app, parenting app in the UK.
A great app, and thank you viewers for watching us on Africa 54.
On telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
What is happening? Your eyes are red. You are armed with a machete and a gun.
See, I am angry and I can't even contain it. See.
Oh, my guy, calm down, calm down.
See, Oga, I have planned to go and destroy these people's businesses in the city. I have to retaliate what they've done at their own place. They cannot eat their cake and have it now, never.
If you destroy their business here, and they destroy that of those close to you over there, especially that your brother who sends you steady cash, how would you survive? Would your dreams be on hold?
What you're saying is correct, but I'm still angry.
The best way is to embrace peace. With peace and unity,
my people, let us embrace
place.
peace and unity. Let's learn to live as brothers and sisters for a progressive, prosperous nation. This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People who listen, talk to your followers, make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. Your window to the world.
Tradition is being practiced in most African cultures. Ideas, family histories, and legacies are being passed down from one generation to the other. However, this system is flawed in the sense that African experiences and cultures are being lost, undocumented. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to The Rainbow on Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. I am Hamida Aregbe, and today I'll be taking you back in time to the golden age of footwear in Africa, to the time of straw and rawhide. Do come with me. There has been speculations that Africans were barefoot before the advent of Western shoes. But Africans, being the intelligent and innovative people that they are, actually did wear shoes, but only by choice decide to or not to wear, for reasons of hot climate, easier delivery, personal preferences, and class. While Westerners would don the foot covering style of footwear, Africans donned open sandals for circulation of air, but again might go for the boots as the occasion warrants. Africans had an array of materials to use in making shoes, like straw, leather, rawhide, woods, cast metal, amongst others. Not only did they also incorporate the use of dye, beads, and henna, to list a few to decorate their footwear. In early Egypt, sandals were made from leather or straw, often worn by elites when proceeding outdoors. Interestingly, archaeologists have discovered that ancient Egyptians made shoes for right and left foot, unlike earlier European shoes. In southern Africa, the Khoisan, one of the first communities to inhabit the sub-Sahara Africa, made footwear to survive the arid lands. The emir in northern Nigeria until they upgraded to using leather, which were referred to as chocho, solely made for kings and queens in the kingdom, with sandals for chiefs that had strips of gold and silver ornaments on the that had been discovered in the Republic of Congo, carry evidence wear, which is evidence to the Lubas tradition of handling down the royal footwear across generations. Although footwears have evolved and are generally accepted in Africa without the boundaries of class or limited accessibility, but we can proudly say we were more advanced and prosperous than we were reported to be. Welcome back. For me, I think I'll definitely rock
the beaded ride. What about you? Do you see yourself wearing the straw sandals or the cast metal shoes? Well, moving on to the next is an interview segment with an upcoming artisan with the zeal to change the narrative in the industry. Let's get to meet her.
My name is Joanna Ojogbane. I'm the CEO of Hanzina Bespoke Treasured Stores. I don't. I believe that women also can achieve all they set their minds to do. Hence, Hanzina Bespoke Treasured Stores was born. You, my customers, and I, we create, we inspire ourselves because my brand gives us the opportunity to hear from our customers depending on what they want. Like a pair of shoes, like a bag, they tell me, I want it to look this shape. I want it to have a chain hand. I want it to have a leather hand. Now, with all those things they give me, inspires me to create something that they are appreciative of, and I'm also happy about. We will right now using the online platform actually come in to see what we have and place orders for things that are not available at the moment. Our materials are locally sourced from local market. It's easy tools we use to create our crafts, machines, that we use to cut. We source our materials from Lagos and Kano. These are places that we all know. So the idea of Hanzina Bespoke Treasured Stores is to walk into the store and be 360 changed over. That have everything Nigerian branded in the store. So even if you're coming out the way you look, would have at the end of the day, we'll have outfits, would have shoes for male and female, would have bags, wallets, belts, everything leather crafted. That's the plan. I like to think about it in the more of how to make more money from it. So yes, we have our store here in Abuja, but our factories are in Lagos. We have 2 factories in Lagos presently. We use locally sourced materials and we use easy tools, easy machines. Everything is important, down to the gum, down to pliers, down to the filers. I know a lot of people would say that you need capital, in quotes, to start a business, but I'm here to say that no, you really don't need capital to start. It's not as important as having the clientele. Now, when you have the market for an item, for a product, that's when you can you can get capital for your business. So it's not a do-or-die affair to have money available before you start. You can start by promoting other people's brands, and from there you can carve out your own niche. So you're not restricted to I don't have money, I can't start. No. You can promote someone else's business and then you get your own money to start. When my customer is satisfied with what we've created, it's a customer-based business. Now, my customer is happy. I am also happy. That's why I always say they should tell a friend to tell a friend about Hanzina Bespoke Treasured Stores. Because I add relationships to my business, I like to say that God has been graceful enough through every step of. Is there a challenging moment? Is there a time where I regret ever in this business? No, I don't. So I take it step by step. There's no challenge in the real sense. There's no challenge because, of course, this is what I love to do, and that's enough for me to withstand every and anything that comes my way. The fact that my family, first of all, are proud of me, and my customers appreciate the work that I do. And my friends push me to say I'm doing well. I get a lot of messages, I get a lot of calls saying that you're doing something well. And that alone is a push for me. That I was saying it recently to my friends that there's nothing I can do if I don't have you guys' support. So for me, it's my friends' support, it's my family's backing. That's the in thing for me.